Remote spots, I hate to mute my Esposito.
She's not dead yet? She's not dead yet?
No.
I heard you on mine.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this morning's July 20th meeting of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors. We're going to start the meeting this morning with an invocation led by Karen Thompson, and if you would remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Gould. Thank you.
Let us pray. Good and gracious God, we come to you this morning first and foremost with thanksgiving for the many blessings, and especially for the much needed rain that you've poured out on our county. Lord, when Solomon took over ruling your people at the age of 20, his request was wisdom. And I ask, Lord, that you pour out an abundant portion of that wisdom today. As our board makes decisions that affect every district in this county on a myriad of topics, I ask that you be in their hearts and guide their decisions, that the concerns of the little people and the poor people in this county matter as much as the concerns of the wealthy and the powerful. Lord, you hold us all in your hand, and we give this meeting to you in the holy name of Jesus. Amen.
Board of Supervisors may, by motion, recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A 3, 4, and 7. Looking for a motion and action to call for an executive session to be held on August 3rd, 2026 at 9 a.m.
So moved. Second.
For that motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you. We'll move to the official business to come before the board this morning. Item number 1, discussion of pending or contemplated litigation, claims, and demands. Attorney?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to item number 2, committee and legislative reports. We'll start with Supervisor Martin this morning. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. Couple of things. I met with the Chloride Water Board at their regular meeting. I went to the Dolan Springs Community Council for their regular meeting. I met with a resident in Golden Valley about their concern about an extreme garbage situation out there. And Supervisor Letman and I met with our Emergency Services Director, Mike Browning, about what the county is planning to do as far as emergency services. And I can assure you that Mojave County is in great shape. We have an excellent director, and he's got a good program, and I think we are very fortunate to have Mr. Browning in charge of our emergency service. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Borelli?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould?
Nothing to report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Letman?
Mr. Chairman, nothing to report.
Thank you, Supervisor. This morning, if you'll indulge me, I'll give a water report, both on river and also concerning the Mojave or the Wallapai Valley INA appeal. I'll start with the Colorado River. First of all, as everybody knows, protecting Mojave County's on-river water supplies remains a top priority of this board. We continue working through the Mojave County Water Authority, alongside Lake Havasu City, Bullhead City, other river communities, including the tribe, the Arizona Department of Water Resources, and as of July 19th, Lake Mead was approximately 1,041 feet above sea level. That's about 147 feet above Deadpool, which is approximately 895 feet. Lake Powell was at approximately 3,523 feet, about 33 feet above minimum power pool, generally identified as 3,490 feet, and approximately 153 feet above Deadpool, near 3,370 feet. Both reservoirs remain operational, but Powell is now much closer to its critical power production elevation than it was following the exceptional runoff year that we had in 2023. The current federal probable minimum forecast projects Lake Powell near 3,503.7 feet by December of this year, which is only about 14 feet above minimum power pool, and Lake Mead near 1,037 feet. That is not a prediction of either reservoir reaching a critical elevation, but it does show why conservative operating rules and continued system conservation and protection remain necessary. Present water year forecast for unregulated inflow into Lake Powell is approximately 3.5 million acre feet, or 36% of average, with April through July inflow at only about 17% of average. Hoover and Glen Canyon dams continue generating electricity, but lower reservoir elevations reduce hydraulic pressure, and therefore reduce the amount and efficiency of power generation. That has meant less low-cost federal hydropower available to preference customers and greater reliance upon replacement power purchased from the broader market, often at higher and more volatile prices. The practical strategy moving forward is to protect reservoir elevations, preserve generating capability, improve operating flexibility, and avoid management decisions that solve one reservoir's problem by creating a larger problem at the other. Arizona is already taking a 512,000 acre-foot annual reduction in Colorado River under the present shortage rules. For 27 and 2028, Arizona, California, and Nevada have proposed a temporary lower basin reduction of 1.25 million acre feet annually, with 760,000 acre feet assigned to Arizona, 440,000 acre feet assigned to California, and 50,000 to Nevada. For Arizona, that would be approximately 248,000 acre feet more than the current reduction and about 27% of Arizona's 2.8 million acre foot apportionment. The draft environmental impact statement, which the Bureau of Reclamation is going through right now, examines operating approaches that could produce lower basin shortages ranging as high as approximately 2.1 million acre feet annually under very low Lake Mead conditions, including an assumed Mexican share. However, the draft EIS does not yet establish one final Arizona number because the amount assigned to Arizona depends upon which operating alternative and shortage distribution method the federal government ultimately selects, and we should know that this month. How reductions are distributed within Arizona is equally important. Under the existing priority system, cuts do not fall equally on every Arizona user. They generally reach the Central Arizona Project, agricultural users in Central Arizona, underground storage programs, and other junior or post-1968 entitlements first before many senior main stem Colorado River rights. That's why Arizona's current 512,000 acre foot reduction has fallen primarily on central Arizona agriculture and storage to date, rather than proportionately on every municipal river user. That priority structure is important to Mojave County's on-river communities, but it should not be distributed or treated as an absolute guarantee. The draft EIS also evaluates distribution models that depart from strict priority and instead spread reductions more broadly or proportionately. Mojave County must therefore closely examine not only the total Arizona reduction, but the proposed method of allocating that reduction among CAP users, tribes, agriculture, senior main stem users, and municipal contractors. Reclamation itself notes that several modeled distribution methods would require changes to existing laws, contracts, agreements, or other elements of the law of the river. The 7 basin states still have not reached a comprehensive agreement. Some limited progress has occurred on conservation, desalination, and augmentation concepts, but the central dispute over how long-term reductions should be shared between the upper basin and the lower basins remains unresolved. The Bureau of Reclamation is expected to release its preferred alternative and final EIS this month. As I stated previously, the period available for review under the revised EIS rules, so it is expected to be very brief. And so Mojave County Water Authority, our on-river partners, will need to quickly evaluate that proposal immediately and whether the proposed framework is consistent with federal law, contracts, and prior Supreme Court decree. Arizona retains the ability to challenge the final federal decision through litigation if the state determines that the decision exceeds federal authority, violates the law of the river, or unlawfully impairs Arizona's entitlement. Litigation is not the preferred outcome. I would say not by a lot, but it does remain a legitimate option. Given the scale of reductions already facing Arizona, the state has every reason to carefully defend its legal position. Mojave County's advocacy continues to be straightforward. We support realistic, science-based operating rules that protect our on-river system and without placing a disproportionate burden on our rural on-river communities in Arizona. You have our commitment. We will defend dependable on-river supplies, existing legal priorities, and the long-term water security of our on-river communities that rely on the Colorado River. I'll just pivot briefly, if I could, to the Wallapai Valley Basin, INA, an update there. Mojave County also remains actively involved in the Arizona Department of Water Resources appeal concerning the Wallapai Valley irrigation non-expansion area. The Maricopa County Superior Court vacated ADWR's December 22 INA decision after concluding that the designation constituted a rule and therefore should have gone through the Arizona Administrative Procedure Act rulemaking process. Arizona Department of Water Resources sought special action review before the Arizona Court of Appeals, The appellate court has temporarily stayed the Superior Court judgment while the court case proceeds, which preserves the INA's protections unless the court orders otherwise. The next critical date for those that are following this case is August 6th, 2026 at 11 a.m. That is when oral argument is scheduled before the Arizona Court of Appeals, Division 1, and that's going to be down in Phoenix at the courts building. I'll be there, and I'm sure several others will be there as well. ADWR's central argument is that the INA designation is not a generally applicable administrative rule. It is a basin-specific determination in which the director applies statutory criteria to the factual conditions in one defined groundwater basin. Arizona Department of Water Resources also argues that the legislature itself created the restrictions that follow an INA designation. The director does not create new policy when applying these statutes. They further argue that even if an INA designation were considered a rule, the legislature established a separate and specific INA process in the Groundwater Management Act of 1980. That process includes its own initiation, its own notice, hearing, evidentiary, and judicial review requirements, and is non-compatible with the much longer APA rulemaking process. The INA statutes contemplate a process lasting roughly 4 months, while formal APA rulemaking can take more than a year and includes separate regulatory review and gubernatorial approval requirements. Mojave County's amicus brief, a friend of the court brief, supports immediate appellate review because this is a legal question of first impression with statewide consequences. There's another area down in Cochise County, San Simon area, where they're looking to go through the process to establish an INA, and they're in limbo right now, waiting on the result of this case. Our brief explains that the Superior Court ruling threatens to make one of Arizona's few rural groundwater management tools slow, uncertain, and potentially unworkable. The brief also emphasizes that delay is not neutral. Uncertainty can encourage landowners to bring previously unirrigated acreage into production, drill new wells, and establish new pumping before the legal question is resolved, creating groundwater impacts that cannot simply be reversed later. Mojave County's position is not that all agriculture that's existing should be eliminated or that private property rights should be ignored. The INA does not prohibit existing lawful irrigation. Its principal protection is to prevent the continued expansion of irrigated acreage in a basin where ADWR determined that groundwater is insufficient to sustain irrigation at current withdrawal rates. What we are advocating for in the Wallapai Valley Basin is legal certainty, protection of existing users, responsible economic growth, and preservation of groundwater certainty for Kingman and future generations. We support ADWR's authority to use the process that the legislature created in 1980 based upon basin-specific science, public notice, evidence, and public hearings. In both matters, Mojave County's position is consistent. On the Colorado River, we are advocating to protect reliable on-river supplies and Arizona's lawful entitlement. In the Wallapai Valley Basin, we are advocating to prevent further unrestrained expansion of groundwater pumping while protecting existing lawful uses, private property rights, public health and safety, and the long-term economic future of the Kingman area. And with that, that's my update, and thank you. We'll move to the county manager's report.
Mr. Chairman, the county manager's office does not have a report today.
Thank you, sir. We have one proclamation this morning, a proclamation honoring the return of United States Air Force Staff Sergeant Chase Vaughn, who served in the Middle East in support of Operation Epic Fury. Supervisor Gould, you place this on the agenda. Do you have a copy of the proclamation, or would you like me to find that and read that into the record? I could certainly do that, unless you'd like to do that, sir.
I'll read it into the record. By the Mojave County Board of Supervisors, proclamation honoring United States Air Force Staff Sergeant Chase Vaughn. Whereas the Mojave County Board of Supervisors proudly recognizes the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces who selflessly serve and defend our nation, and whereas the United States Air Force Staff Sergeant Chase Vaughn honorably served in the Middle East in support of Operation Epic Fury and the decisive American power to crush Iran's terror regime, demonstrating courage, professionalism, and dedication to duty. And whereas the board recognizes the sacrifices made by Staff Sergeant Vaughn and his family during his deployment and is grateful to their commitment to our country. And whereas Mojave County joins the Topak Golden Shores community in extending a heartfelt welcome home and sincere appreciation for his faithful service, now be it resolved that the Mojave County Board of Supervisors hereby honors the United States Air Force Staff Sergeant Chase Vaughn upon his return from deployment and expresses its deepest gratitude for his service, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to the United States of America. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of the...
You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Sergeant Vaughn, are you in the? You'd like to come to the podium and if you're in the audience, to say any words?
I think I'm going to give this to him at the Golden Shores
Terrific.
VFW.
Well, on the record, thank you, sir, for your service and your commitment to our country. We'll move on. We have one presentation on our agenda this morning. That presentation is on the Advanced Manufacturing Training Center, which is Mojave College's. We do have the administrator, the dean of that facility, Mr. Jason Gee. We're thankful that you're joining us this morning, and we look forward to hearing your presentation. And with that, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Members of the board, I am very pleased to be here to talk to you about the Advanced Manufacturing Training Center and some of the other, just a brief mention of some of the other changes that are occurring at Mojave College over the past year. Make sure I've got control here. There we go. So less than a year ago, September 24, some of us who are in this room today were at the opening, the official opening with Governor Hobbs as we cut the ribbon into the facility. And so in the last 10 months, essentially, we've had a whole lot of things going on and a whole lot of growth. And so we're super excited that it's continued to progress. And I want to talk a little bit today about how we operate and some of the opportunities that this brings to the county, because I still think we're kind of a mystery. And I want to, we're not secret. We're not a top secret facility. We don't have that kind of security or anything like that. We want to bring the community out to us to come and have a great experience at the AMTC in whatever way that they find interesting to them. So our director is Ryan Walker. He has been with me with the build and the completion of this from the very beginning. He is out there every single day. If you have a desire to tour the facility, at the very least, you can contact Ryan at rwalker@mojave.edu and arrange for a tour at your convenience. And we do, if you're interested in an individual space or the whole facility, we tour you however you want. And to give you an idea of how many tours we've given, we've had 2,600 people go through the AMTC over the past 10 months. Of that 2,600 people, 1,000 of those were tours. And so we are very happy when we are able to share the excitement and the items that are available at the AMTC. So within the AMTC, we have some traditional career training going on, the things that you would expect a college to do. And you can see the programs there on the slideshow. Welding, metal fab, HVAC. Again, these are traditional programs that you start in the fall, continue on in the spring, and actually go through the summer as well. We are 12-month programs. The majority of these programs can be completed in a 12-month period. These are financial aid eligible. They are for credit. They receive certificates of completion through the college. If there are industry recognized credentials that are a part of those programs, they receive those credentials as well, or have the opportunity to achieve those. Because we cannot force that. There's actually a law that states we cannot force a industry recognized credential on somebody. I would do that if I could, but we cannot. But we can encourage them and we give them opportunity to do so. Some examples of those is, for example, in welding, the American Welding Society, one of the great societies across the nation, recognized across the nation and across the world, actually. We have dozens of students attempting and passing American Welding Society credentials each year. Within metal fab, HVAC, CAD, each of these have different industry recognized credentials. Short-term college credit training is different, and it's different because of the nature of what we did when we built the facility. We built it so that it was meant to fill gaps. It was meant to remove silos. So if you think about a program like welding, and I'm going to use welding a lot because it just rolls off my tongue, but there's far more to welding than just welding. there's cutting, there's CNC, there's metal fabrication, there's the different types of welding, whether we're talking laser welding or robotic welding or just your traditional oxy-fuel cutting and welding processes. And so when we started to look at this, we wanted to provide ways that businesses, if they don't want an employee to go through the entirety of our program, that they could do a short-term version of that. And just to give you an idea of why this is important, the recent incorporation of what's called Workforce Pell, many of you have heard that, it's short-term Pell eligible courses. And this has not been available to us for a long time. And so we don't have a lot of these already pre-made, because that meant that they were financial aid ineligible previously to this Workforce Pell initiative that the federal government has provided us. And so now that we can do these shorter term, that means we can actually have a certificate that is only as long as one semester or 8 weeks, 160 hours to 599 hours. And so we are beginning to build programs that are this size when they are appropriate. We don't build them just to build them. We build them when they're appropriate to that size. A good example is the CDL program, the commercial truck driving. You don't need 600 hours of training for that program. Now, you might have an opinion about that in terms of how well the truck drives next to you, right? But the reality is most CDL programs are 160 hours. And so with the Workforce Pell eligibility, our students can now become Workforce Pell eligible to take that, rather than having to take that out of pocket or find some other mode of financial aid or assistance. The next kind is customized business training, and this is where it's the most exciting and the most dynamic, and what the AMTC was truly built for. You can see some of the names of the companies that we have out in our industrial park here on the screen. We have had discussions or have already provided training for every one of these companies that are all here on the screen that were built explicitly for them. We sat down with their owners, with their general managers, with their workforce teams, whoever they wanted us to sit down with, and we would sit and listen. And then we would build what we thought was a program that they would like. Then we would sit down a second time and we'd go through that, make changes, adjustments, whatever. This included not only the content, but how long, how often, everything. And so these customized business trainings run 24 hours, 30 hours, 60 hours. They're combinations of online training combined with hands-on training that we do actually on their site as well as on our site. So it's just a wide variety. And it really has changed the game for us. And this is where the future of higher ed in the career and technical world is going, in my opinion. And so we are ahead of this and thinking proactively. And I am so grateful for the state's willingness to consider us and provide us approximately $4.1 million to the build of this facility and the continued support. And what I mean by that is we're certainly not full yet, okay? Not even close, probably 30%. To get us up to the 70, 80, 90% full, we've got to get more awareness. We've got to get more commitment from our small businesses as well as our large businesses. We're a small business community. We know that. And so we have to make sure that the small businesses know that we'll take their ones and twos. We're not expecting 30 students from them. We're expecting 1, maybe 2. We do individualized training if that is what that company needs. We may combine multiple small businesses together and work with them as a group. And they can be as an industry similar group or not. And so we have a wide assortment of opportunity, and we look at the whole building as the instructional ground. We don't say you have to only choose welding or you only have to choose HVAC. If there is something that you want in the electrical area and the HVAC area and the welding area, we're going to give you a program that provides you all of the things that you are asking for, not just any one particular thing. Then another thing that we have out at the AMTC, which is super exciting, is this AMTC's Makerspace. This is a public available facility. It is the first room you walk into. We put it right at the front door. And this is for innovation. This was meant for innovation and for entrepreneurial interests. For people who say, I have an idea. How do I take this idea and make it real? I have this concept drawn out on a napkin, but I don't know how to build it. You bring that idea into the AMTC, and you sit down again with the members of our team, and we help you design it, and we help you create a prototype through the 3D printers, the laser cutters, the other equipment that we have in the facility, so that you can either mass produce it through another entity or sell them on one-offs with us. So, for example, we have a 4-foot wide vinyl printer. So you think of the long banner signs that you see on spring sales and all of that. We actually have a printer that can print and cut those signs, put the grommets in and everything. We'll soon have a wall printer that actually prints murals. And so if you can imagine taking a photograph of, I'm going to use schools as an example, but a K-12 school, taking a class picture and literally printing it on a wall in 8 feet high, 25 feet across. They could literally put pictures, an actual photograph, and then print that onto a wall. These are ideas that are meant to spur the minds of others as they're looking for ways to be entrepreneurial. And so the Makerspace operates in a come and see, come and experience, come and learn, but it also, if you already know, come and use. You may not be able to afford that $40,000 wall printer, right? But we have it and you can rent it out from us. Guided, of course, we wouldn't just leave it with you, but the idea is the same. We have what's called the Service Bureau, where you may not have any interest in building it yourself, you just want to see it completed. Some of our companies have already done that. They've brought us in concepts, things that needed to be duplicated that are no longer available in regular parts. I just want to mention M14P. I don't know if you've ever met Jill Gurnetsky, who is the owner of M14. She restores, her company restores World War II aircraft and takes them from ground up trash to flyable. But it's hard to find parts for certain aircraft, if you can imagine, when you're shopping the World War II market. So an example is she has one set of planes. There were 78 planes made. There were 78 gas tanks made of that plane. She's not going to go and find one at Walmart. She's going to have to either fabricate one or repair one that's been damaged from before. And she has taken that on and brought in us, given us opportunities to do this. What you see here on our screen is a group was interested in taking cutting boards and emblazoning them with our laser cutter with the Route 66 emblem. So you can see that was not something that we came up with. That was something that someone walked in the door and said, hey, can you do this? And we said, let's find out. And sure enough, we can. So So the last thing that we do is outreach galore. And this is where we're going to fill this building. This is how we're going to fill it. I have, at this point, submitted, and I say submitted because we have not received at this point, but I have submitted 3 different grants to help us with the outreach process. Some of them are 1-year deals, some of them are 4-year deals. And the goal is to give everyone at every step in the process the opportunity to come out and experience it in a hands-on way. So that to do so, we need a little bit of funding help to make that happen. And so that is why we went down the grant pathway. We've actually had over 1,000 K-12 or younger people walk through the facility and have experiences. We took the entire 8th grade of Kingman Academy and had a workshop day with them. If you recall, Manufacturing Day has been an annual event that we have here, through Kingman High. We took that and added 2 days where we took all of the 8th graders in all of the schools in the Kingman area through on the Monday and Tuesday before Manufacturing Day. And again, these are ways that we believe that students, once they understand what's available and what's possible, they will decide this is an option for them. This is something that's real, that's something that's in their area, and that is available. And so we want to do that, and we want to help those not only who are entering the job force new, so the 16 to 24 year olds, but we want those who are also reskilling, who are coming out of a profession where AI might be taking their job and they're needing to reskill or upskill. We want to help them as well. So we want to, again, you can't be all things to all people, but we want to be as many things to as many people as we can. And that's been our goal from the beginning of this facility, and that's what we're going to continue to do. Just to mention a couple other things about the college before I answer questions. Cosmetology has been approved, and we will be opening up for business this coming fall. It is on Beale Street, right next to our Beale Street Center. The construction process is going, and they have already got 100 applicants for that program. So they will be full on day 1. So we're excited about that. And in case you haven't heard, we have a new president, Dr. Kristen Holliday, and she started on July 6th. And I've met with her 1 or 2 times, a couple of times in cabinet meetings and whatnot. And she is very much in favor of what we're doing with CTE. So I'm looking forward to the workforce opportunities that we can work through with her. And I did not add this as a slide, and I apologize that it's not on here. But the last big thing I really wanted to mention about the college is that we have gone into the bachelor degree business. We have 4 that have been approved. And so we're looking forward to the opportunities that bachelor's degrees will bring. Right now we have biology, we have elementary ed, K through 8, we have human services, and we have the RN to BSN. So those are the 4 areas that bachelor's degrees are now available. And that's the end of my presentation, unless you have questions.
Thank you, Jason. We appreciate the presentation. I'd open it up to the board for some questions. Supervisor Martin, thank you.
Yes, sir. I have a question about the CDL program.
Yes.
There's been a lot of, stuff in the news about drivers who are non-citizens who don't even speak English. What are your qualifications, or what is required by applicants that want to take a CDL? Do they have to be citizens? Do they have to speak English?
So for our program, we do a third party. So Phoenix Truck Driving out of Tucson is our supplier of this program. And yes, they do. They have to be U.S. citizens to use to be in their programs.
And to speak English. Hopefully.
And speak English.
Okay, thank you.
Then now I will qualify that they do some of the training in Spanish. like, so it's bilingual, because you learn best in your own language. But they do have to be able to speak English, yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gould, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was transportation chairman in the state senate, I added a clause that said that, and this was during the NAFTA driver era, that commercial driver's licenses must have a rudimentary understanding of the English language. Because we were concerned about Mexican truck drivers coming up from Mexico that would not be able to read the signs. That still applies. Can't tell you off the top of my head where it is in state statute, but that does exist. But my real question, 4-year degrees. The community college is basically 95% funded by the local taxpayer through property tax. When you do a 4-year degree, are you receiving payment from the state? Because the 4-year degrees at the university program are half paid for by the student and half paid for by the state general fund.
So that is a good question that I do not know the answer to.
Dang it.
I'm sorry, but I can get you that answer.
Because I think the state is the one that gave you the authority to do that, and they should be ponying up for the 3rd and 4th years, because if they were to go to the university, that would be paid for by the state general fund and not by the local property taxpayer.
So we do receive footsie dollars from the state, so full-time student equivalent. And I have not heard, the reason why I can't answer is I've never heard explicitly that the credits earned for the bachelor's degree fall into that pool of footsie. And so we receive approximately 30% of our operating expense through footsie.
But footsie you're using on your regular students also,
Yes.
not just the
Yes.
students in a 4-year program.
That's correct.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could find that out and report back to me, it'd be awesome.
Yep.
I've been looking for somebody to ask that question to, but not enough to.
Yeah, and again, honestly, I don't know the answer for sure, but if footsie is available, is being counted for the bachelor's degree programs, then that is where that funding should come from.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions, Supervisor Lemon? No? Thank you again for your presentation, Jason.
Thank you.
The college is Mojave County's primary workforce trainer. I've been pushing for a long time on the workforce side. Everybody's seen Mike Rowe. Everybody sees the wave of retirements of our tradespeople, and I think Mike Rowe and others have done a really good job of showing that you can make a really good living in the trades or in manufacturing, and it's not what it used to be, I think that Mojave County has always been a place where people have built stuff, and I'm glad that we have this facility available for our region to get back to that. And my other question is, with regard to the WAVE and the JTED, you did mention that students are walking through on tours, but is there active engagement and partnership with the WAVE JTED here?
Absolutely.
To start the whole purpose, so one of the big purposes of the Advanced Manufacturing Training Center is to grow our workforce from the outside or from the inside out, the economic gardening, whatever you want to call it, and strengthen our talent pipelines. And I think the best way to do that is in the high schools. So many of our young people have to move away because of lack of opportunities. But if we can get them in the high schools and get them into training and into the trades and things like this, maybe they won't have to leave, and they'll make a good living doing it.
Yes, first off, if you got Mike Rowe's number, you let me know, because I'm trying to get a hold of it. He has been focusing on individual states, kind of one at a time, and Arizona has not been one of those states yet. But I truly would love to have my entire population of CTE students sit down and have a registration day where they all apply for a micro scholarship. And that's one of those exciting things that Micro has made possible. He's put out last year $10 million in scholarship for CTE. So there's a lot of opportunity there. So I think I would love to get him here. So I'm going to keep on working on that. The second thing is just quickly, CTE and the JTEDs, the CTEDs, and the K-12. There is already concurrent courses going on. We're continuing to support the growth of dual enrollment wherever the high schools are interested and willing to do that. I know that Kingman High, for example, is seeking welding and culinary. and we are working with both of those to get those programs up and running as soon as we possibly can. And again, if there are others that want that opportunity, the dual enrollment opportunity, we want to give it to them. So we are not closing that door. But we have students going out, and then one thing, last thing, kudos to our bus system, whoever's in charge of that, because it is my understanding they're going to be sending the bus out to the park. And so that is going to help us, I believe, in this process as well.
Something we have been working on. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted JTED's Joint Technological Educational District. For a nickel in local property tax, we pull down $1 from the state for career and technical training. Mojave and Yavapai County were the last two counties in the state to get that money. During the Great Recession, they tried to cut that money and didn't want to expand. Myself and Senator Steve Pierce of Yavapai County made sure that we got our money for our technological education. That nickel, I think, is a good investment to draw down $1. Thank you, Chairman.
Absolutely, and thank you for that work, Supervisor. We'll move to our consent agenda. It's items 4 through 32. Supervisor Martin, would you like to pull any from consent this morning?
Yes, I'd like to pull 8, 17, and 20.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Borelli?
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould?
Supervisor Martin already got mine.
Okay. Supervisor Lettman?
I have no items to pull, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Let's see here. We got 8. I don't miss any here. I'm going to pull item 9, 13, and 31.
Which was the last one?
31. Looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented minus items 8, 9, 13, 17, 20, and 31.
So moved.
Second.
For that motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? I appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. I'm going to bump up item 31 and then item 17, because I think that's the majority of folks that are here to speak today. We're going to move up item number 31. First, approve Board of Supervisors letter requesting that the Arizona Corporation Commission engage Foothills Utilities Water to obtain a briefing on their operations and customer service practices as they pertain to Foothills Utility Kingman East, and authorize the chairman of the board to sign the letter. We have several people that have signed up to speak on this item. I want to thank you all for taking time out of your day to be here with us today to provide testimony. It's my intent that all of the written minutes of your testimony is going to be included with the letter to the ACC. First up is Anthony Budalek. If I said that wrong, I'm sorry. Anthony? Jeffrey Smith, you're on deck. If you'd state your name and your address for the clerk, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Understand you, sir.
Please proceed. Name and address for the public record, and then your
Anthony
testimony.
Butel, 7683 East Monte Tesoro Drive, Kingman, Arizona, and Valley Vista.
Thank you. Go ahead. Please continue.
As a longtime resident of Valley Vista since 1999, I've experienced it going from what it was to where it's at today, and it's not positive. But that's another thing. The water situation out there, in 25 years up Truxton Canyon, I never saw as many shutoffs as I have in the last 2 years since Foothill took over. And now I don't know whether it's the addition of all those new homes being built out there or what's going on, but there's nothing to I haven't heard back about them rebating any time or credits for anything towards the water that we're not be able to access during the day. I don't know, to me, something should be done about that. We've lived there for a long time and never had this problem. I really don't have much more to say beyond that. I'm just giving my opinion.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
Although I will mention one thing. I was told by a sheriff's officer that Valley Vista was a redheaded stepchild. They needed to spend more time in Dolan Springs and Meadview. And the traffic is atrocious out there and coming in on 66, 80, 90 miles an hour, 40 or 50, 60 miles an hour over the double yellow lines. I just had my neighbor's house. The whole front end wall was crashed in by a guy who made a turn too quick and went right on through their home. Things are getting worse out there, and something needs to be done. The POA tells me all the time that it's the county's responsibility. And then I heard, no, it's the POA's responsibility. But there's a problem, and it's going to get worse if something's not done about it.
Appreciate that. This item is on water, but I will tell you that I'm working with our Public Works Department on any sort of traffic calming measures that we can put into place out there, okay? But this is the water issue. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to move on to the next speaker, okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Jeffrey Smith. Doug Wisdom, you're on deck.
My name's Jeffrey Smith at 7039 East Cactus Drive, Kingman, Arizona 86401, which is Vala Vista. I'd like to just say thank you for inviting us in here and discuss it. I have no idea whatsoever if Foothills Utilities has somebody here representing the corporation or not. But I've only lived in Vala Vista for 2 years, and I've got a list of approximate the times that we have been impacted ourselves at our home, which is considerably smaller than what most of the residents in Vala Vista has experienced. The customer service is absolutely horrible. And on top of that, Foothills is requesting for a rate increase. But to get along with it, 829 main water line repair, 3 hours off. 915 flushing system, massive air pressure and air in the lines. 10-3, this is obviously 2025. Emergency repair, 4 hours, no water. 12/30, 2025. Planned water outage, extended 2 hours, total of 7 hours, no water. 3/1 of this year, advice for repair, 6.5 hours. 2/6, meter replacement, 3.5 hours. 3/25, shut down well, 4 hours and a pressure spike, in which many of the people that are here have spent thousands of dollars on plumbing repairs, hot water heater repairs, putting in pressure regulators because they're blowing refrigerator water systems, they're blowing hot water heaters, and none of that is being covered for the residents of Vala Vista. But 3/25, shut down well, 4 hours and a pressure spike. 3/26, a day later, installed pressure regulators, and I don't know where those were put, but nonetheless. 3/27, emergency repair, 4.5 days. Days without water. And we have a tremendous amount of elderly folks, people that don't have the means. The residents pulled together trying to help everybody out for water, for flushing toilets. Where was Foothills Utility? Nowhere to be found. The people that are doing the repairs, for the most part, are competent contractors, not Foothills themselves. But with that being said, system maintenance and repair, 7/1, 3 hours, 4/14, 6.5 hours. This is affecting property values in our community. They're asking for an 80 and 95% increase in rates.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
If
you
you want
very
to, if you want to
much.
give your timeline to the clerk to be included, you can do that if you'd like to do that. Doug Wisdom. Paul Carpenter, you're on deck.
Our home in Valley Vista, Kingman, we're two seniors. It's all that's in the home. Been here since 2016. I am including in a package that I want you to have our water bills since 2019. And you'll see a consistency pretty much the same, in the same range, within $4 or $5 since then. In February of 25, or 25, 26, our water meter was replaced by Foothill Water, as was most of the residents in the area. Our billing for water April to May 26 and May to June 2026 was abnormally high. I requested an hour-by-hour readout, which Foothill supplied, believe it or not, and it's attached from the dates of, I think, May 14th till July 7th, line by line, gallon by gallon. This is a synopsis of it. Within, on 5/17, between the hours of 12:59, or basically 1 o'clock to 7 o'clock that night, 1,338 gallons over 7 hours. On 5:30, 1,296 gallon spike in my bill over 7 hours. On 6/1, 601 gallons over 3 hours. On 6/3, 1,294 gallons over 7 hours. On 6/5, 767 gallons over 4 hours. And on 6/7, in a 1 hour period, 142 gallons. But I have each hour from May, mid-May, to July 9. The rest of it is all normal, ordinary. Oh, we flushed the toilet, there was 1.5 gallons, okay? We took a shower, 10 gallons or whatever it was. That was a normal reading within this package. Hello. Anyway, I think there may be an integrity issue going on here, coupled along with all the shutdowns that we're having, what have you. Maybe it's a computer thing. I kind of question that, but maybe it is. If that's the case, then their computer system needs to put in the trash and start with a brand new one. If there's integrity issues with a member of that organization, he needs to be prosecuted. And that's basically where I stand on this thing.
Appreciate that. If you'd give that to the clerk, we'll make sure that we incorporate that with our letter to
By
the ACC.
By the way, I did notify ACC.
Good.
This is more accurate.
Thank you, sir. Paul Carpenter. Jennifer Weldon, you're on deck. You could state your name and your address for our clerk. Thank you.
Paul Carpenter, 9360 Calbell Avenue, Kingman, Arizona. I am the general manager and the superintendent of Valley Vista Golf Course. Just want to make sure that it gets on record that Foothills Utilities and other people keep throwing Truxton Water Company under the bus for all these problems. When Truxton Water Company had place, obviously, another gentleman said the same thing, didn't have near these kinds of issues, okay? When the sale of Truxton Water Company with the Foothills Utilities, Mike Neal stayed working for Foothills Utilities for a year. You did not have all these problems. You only started having all these problems once it was under direct management of Gabe. And Gabe has been less than truthful, to put it mildly, with a lot of his customers. People call and complain. Oh, well, it's not our problem, golf course problem. Just a lot of the problems you got are bad management. They just spent a bunch of money recouping Walla Pipe 1. It was within months that it was damaged due to not having oil in it. When you spend $250,000 rehabbing something, and then your own employees don't service it, what's going to happen? It's going to break. That's where a lot of these problems are coming from. Everybody knows there's old pipes, yes, but it also matters how you run that system, and it is not being operated properly at all. That's it.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Weldon. Mary Reynolds, you're on deck.
Thank you very much for having me. My name is Jennifer Weldon. I live at 9311 Cowbell Avenue. It's not in Valley Vista, it's right outside of Valley Vista, but we still use Foothills utilities for water. I support the letter that you're sending out requesting to have an understanding of the Foothills Utilities operation and customer service practices. It's extremely important that we have that, not just you, but us. We have had so many problems since Foothills has taken over. Water outage, as you heard, low pressure. We've had new water meters put in. With that, we've had spikes like crazy going on. I usually get, our water bill is usually around $30, $35. I got a bill for $165, asked for a water reading hourly. My water reading for May through June was anywhere from 90 gallons an hour to 500 gallons an hour from that time. Usually a household of 2 people will have maybe 160 gallons a day. That's what I got. I called them. It took 3 phone calls for them to call me back. In fact, I would like the job with their customer service because they do nothing. You know, I'd love a job that I could do nothing and get paid. They eventually, I sent them a letter, they called me back. They sent somebody out, and I'm like, it's the reading. I mean, what do you expect? It to be spiking or something when you come out? And all of a sudden it got normal. So I am now reading my meter daily. I have Ion Water, which is their website that you could go on to look at your own water readings, hourly, daily, weekly, however you want to set it up. I have to monitor my own water usage because they just send you a bill. When I ask them, okay, if I have a high water reading, say 90 gallons an hour, which is totally ridiculous, they come out, what are they going to do? And they don't have an idea. It's not, the meter isn't going to do anything. It's digital. It's just sending data, and the data is incorrect. Okay, I'm sorry. So I support the letter. I want to be involved in how we resolve this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mary Reynolds. Richard Long. Sorry if I got that wrong. You're on deck. Go ahead, please.
Mary Reynolds, 9411 North Vista Drive. We've been in Val Vista for 3 years this September. The first year was under Truxton, and although we had a few issues, it was always addressed. The minute Foothills took over is when our problems began, and we weren't out hours at a time. We've been out days at a time. And one of the first few times we had a whole weekend out of it, and we called their general manager, Gabe, and he hung up on me. We told him what the problem was. He said, I've never even heard of that. We weren't aware. And his workers over the weekend said, oh yeah, we told him this whole area's got a problem. So I pointed that out to him. I said, you know, you're lying to us. And he hung up. So I called back, and he said that one of the things we'd have to check with our neighbors to see if they were having the same kind of problem. Well, we got water back within a day or so after that, but it seemed like every 10 days or so, we either had 0 to 5 pounds of pressure, or we would max out at 25. And try taking a shower or wash your hair at 5. It doesn't work. So I would say it took about the first year where the longest we were out of water was 5 days. At that point, we were about to go into a hotel when the water came back again. We've had to buy 5-gallon barrels of water to keep with pumps, so at least I could flush my toilets. And finally, after that, we called the ACC. I made the complaint, and the minute I told her where I was from Val Vista and Kingman, heavy sigh. I was like, we are well aware. So go ahead, make your complaint. Well, it was right after that, we started getting texts warning us, you're either going to have low pressure or you're going to be out. And that was in from June of last year to July 1st of this year, 15 texts we received saying we were going to have issues. And that's when they warned us. There was several times when we didn't get a text, we'd turn on the tap and there'd be no water at all. So at that point, you know, I called their receptionist and they were going, you're out of water? Hang on a minute, we didn't know. And then they'd go and put me on hold and come back and say, it's a break in the line. Well, I've heard that excuse so many times. There must be so many lines broken out there that that's the excuse every single time. Val Vista's pretty good at keeping things in Facebook and telling each other, hey, we're out over here, hey, we're out over here. They have shown pictures of waters bubbling out over on Superstition Road, which is on the far side of Val Vista, just pouring out. And it's never been fixed. So, you know, I hope you can do something about it.
We'll certainly try. Thank you for your testimony. Richard? Gary Wilson, you're on deck.
Last name's Clough. Might get you on that later, Travis. I live at 9818 North Medicine Point Drive in Valley Vista. I am just going to summarize several things that have been said and some comments I wrote down in preparation for this. But for about the last year and a half, the residents, the businesses, and the Property Owners Association have experienced repeated concerns regarding the reliability, the quality, and management of our water service out there. These issues have included interruption services, low water pressure, boil water notices, infrastructure failures, communication concerns, and other operational problems that have negatively affected homeowners and businesses throughout our community. Access to safe, reliable drinking water is a basic necessity, and many residents feel these concerns have not been adequately addressed despite repeated reports to the ACC. And most importantly, these water issues have negatively impacted property values and our quality of life out there. And I think you've heard some good examples of that. The recurring nature of these problems raises serious concerns regarding the integrity, the maintenance of the water distribution system, and long-term infrastructure planning, emergency response procedures, i.e. fire, and compliance with Arizona's regulatory standards and public water utilities. And I support what you're doing, Travis, and thank you for getting involved in it, because I don't feel the ACC or Foothills has that much concern for us out there, to be quite honest. I think we do need to conduct a thorough investigation into Foothills Utilities' operation and maintenance practices in Valley Vista, and I hope they have somebody here hearing all of this. I think we need to review the utilities' history of consumer complaints, service interruptions, and regulatory compliance, ensure that customers receive timely, transparent communications regarding outages, repairs, and planned system updates. And I do think there needs to be another organization that's closer to this, besides the ACC, where there can be some accountability to what's going on out there. I would like to talk about 3 specific issues. The infrastructure. Foothills will use the excuse of aging piping and equipment. They already have. They had one of the representatives walk out on one of our meetings because it was getting a little heated for him, I guess. But if Foothills did their due diligence, and I believe they did when they purchased Truxton of December of 2023, they knew they had the issues. There was nothing hidden about that. They knew they had to replace some piping, and there was some other equipment. And these issues that we had for communication, them communicating that to us were major issues that they miserably failed on. And just so you all know, maybe you do or maybe you don't. The Foothills parent company,
Continue, go ahead.
Foothills parent company is Northwest Natural Holdings. It's a publicly traded company with revenue for 2025 of 1.29 billion. Again, 1.29 billion with a market cap of 2.16 billion. I can't believe that a company that size would do what they're doing to us. So I mean, obviously, we would expect much better service, reliability, communication on this whole issues. In summary, thank you for what you're doing.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony. Gary Wilson? And then Amy Wood, you're on deck.
My name is Gary Wilson, 9745 North Pebble Drive. Travis, thank you so much for assisting us that you've done so far. I'm also the president of the Valley Vista Property Owners Association, and we are so incredibly frustrated, not only with Foothills, but we've not been getting really the type of service that we would like to out of ACC. We have done dozens and dozens of complaints that we've filed with ACC, and we told them that we have this local problem in Yuma, that we have to get this information to the corporate office. And what they do is they will call Gabe. Gabe will call the customer back and blame everything on Truxton. They are incompetent. They don't know how to run a water system, as we know, that is run well until they've had the ownership of this system. And Gabe is a terrible representative. He has no public service commitment whatsoever. He's terrible, and we really do appreciate all your work on this, and we want you to move forward with this letter to the ACC and anything that can be done to see that the ACC works more diligently on taking care of this issue with Foothills Utilities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Amy Wood?
My name is Amy Wood. I live at 9920 North La Jolla Drive in Valley Vista. And previous speakers have mentioned the problems that we've been going through. Mr. Clough's information was spot on. I'd like to give you an idea of how personally my husband and I have been affected. We bought our home in 2019, and it has a number of shrubs, and we have grass, we have trees, so we have mature landscaping. The house was built in 2003, so the landscaping's been there for quite a while. When we had when Foothills had the pump go down and we were without power or without water, we started to see stress in our landscaping. And then with the broken pipe, they dumped a ton of chlorine into it. And then they had low water pressure, which they did not alert anybody to. So we started seeing our, especially the flowering shrubs started dying. And we upped our time, but it didn't make that much difference because there was no pressure. Well, since the 2025 debacle of the pump going down and the low water pressure and the chlorine, we have lost one honeysuckle, all of my perennial flowering shrubs that were thriving up until that point, a lilac in the front of the house that's stressed out and it's giving up the ghost, and then a number of houseplants. Well, I can't prove that it was because of the water issues, but for the previous 6 years, our landscaping and my houseplants were thriving. Any help you can give, I appreciate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to say that that was the last speaker. This item is about an area of Mojave County, pretty heavily populated, that does not have reliable water service. And it doesn't matter where that happens in Mojave County. This is important. This matters. We have a lot of senior citizens that live in this area. That's problematic. I've tried to have ACC meetings with the chairman, and we've been involved before when they had that days-long outage and all that crazy stuff. And but this has not been resolved. And now we're having billing issues, and we're having all these things happen. It's frustrating for this board to not have a lot of authority over private water systems. I wish we did have more local control over those types of things where we get involved. But we're going to do what's in our circle of control, which is write this letter, and we're going to be the biggest pain in the butt to the ACC. I'm not going to go away. We have to keep pushing this. And I want to say, it doesn't matter where this problem happens. This is a serious problem. It doesn't matter if it happened in one of my colleagues' districts. I would feel just as concerned about this. This is sometimes a dangerous situation, especially in the summertime. So I just want to say thanks in advance to all of my colleagues. We need to try to work with the ACC to get this finally resolved and get these guys doing what they need to do. So with that, and if there's any questions, I would make a motion to approve item number 31.
Second that motion, Chairman, and just a comment. I agree with your comments. I have similar problems inside my district. I also might recommend to the folks that are having a problem with billing, for less than $100, you can buy a water meter that will Bluetooth to your phone. Doesn't require any plumbing connections. It straps onto your water main, and it'll double check that meter. It sounds like they either have some kind of a metering problem with their electronic meters, or they've got a billing problem. But at least that would give you something to quantify how much water you're really using. And I know that's not a solution, but I just want you to, if you're having thousands of gallons go through overnight, you know you're not using that much. Your toilet could run constantly all night long, and it would not even use a hundredth, a thousandth of that much water. Thank you, Chairman.
That's excellent advice. Thank you for that, Supervisor. Any other comments from the board? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. It's ordered. Thank you, board. We'll move to item number 17. Thank you all for being here today, and I'll keep you posted on any response from the ACC. Approve continued utilization of Sourcewell cooperative contract, public safety surveillance with Motorola Solutions. This is put on by Sheriff's Office and the Procurement Department. We have several people that have signed up to speak on this item. Supervisor Martin, you pulled this. Did you want to say something before we got into the speakers, or would you like to?
Yeah, I think we ought to hear from the public,
You
and
bet.
then I got questions.
We'll go through the people that have signed up to speak. The first being Logan Marsh. Gordon Kelsch, you're on deck.
Chairman Lingenfelter, board members, thank you. I kind of prepared a statement for this today, but first I want to acknowledge our Sheriff, Doug Euster. Thank you for all that you do, and I want to be very clear that I support our Sheriff's Department. I just don't support large surveillance state. First, I'd like to say that item 17 is Motorola Solutions. It is not Flock Safety. The vendors are different, but the constitutional problems are the same. These cameras do not simply read license plates during one traffic stop. They automatically collect, sorry, I lost my place. They automatically collect a vehicle's plate, photograph, location, date, time. When those records are stored on and searched together, the government can reconstruct where a citizen has traveled, including homes, churches, political meetings, medical facilities, private businesses. The illegal part is not the officer seeing your license plate. The constitutional problem begins when the government creates searches with historical movement databases without individual suspicion or probable cause or a warrant. Just last month, the United States Supreme Court ruled, Chatry versus United States, that obtaining historical location information from a private technology company is a Fourth Amendment search, even when the information covers only a limited period. That decision involves cell phone location data, not plate readers, but the constitutional principle applies directly, in my opinion. Government cannot use private technology companies to avoid warrant requirements for historical movement records. Arizona's Constitution provides an even stronger language. Article 2, Section 8 states that no person shall be disturbed in their private affairs without authority of law. A procurement contract is not a legal authority to indiscriminately track every law-abiding driver in Mojave County. There is also serious risk of unconstitutional traffic stops. The Ninth Circuit Court has documented cases where the automated plate reader errors have caused people to be detained at gunpoint. These systems make mistakes, and our unverified computer alerts cannot be reasonable suspicion or probable cause. And just to put this in clarity, I mean, Los Angeles, of all places, Los Angeles recently allowed their 3-year flock contract to expire and stop using the system based on unresolved concerns involving civil liberties, privacy, data ownership, and security storage and sharing. Los Angeles decided not to keep operating the system and address the constitutional safeguards. Mojave County should do the same thing and not show judgment there. Item 17 contains financial contradictions. It approves a 5-year commitment of $100,000, $250 plus taxes, while stating purchases of $100 won't exceed $100,000. Both statements can't be true. I did have another gentleman yield his time to me. Can I use that, Travis?
Yeah, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing in this agenda is publicly establishes a warrant requirement for historical searches. A short mandatory retention period, no redactions for sharing with any federal or outside agencies, independent audits and public reporting penalties or improper searches, human verification before stopping a vehicle. The board should not sign a 5-year surveillance contract and figure out the constitutional ramifications later. I recommend pulling item 17 or disclosing the entire contract for the public to read. Thank you.
Thank you. Gordon Kelsch. Ronald Breckenfelder, you're on deck.
Thank you, Chairman, Supervisors. My name's Gordon Kelsch. I live in Emery Park Road in Golden Valley. I didn't prepare something, but I kind of did, and I'm going to go away from that. I talk about these ALPR camera systems online a lot, and interact with a lot of people, and their first comment always is, "You carry one of these. Why are you complaining about being tracked? There's a tracker in your pocket." Well, there's a huge difference between ALPRs and your cell phone. The first one is I can leave this at home if I choose. ALPRs, they're tracking me all the time. Whether I've committed a crime or I haven't committed a crime, they're always tracking everybody. But they do far more than that. They don't just track the person. They track the car, the passengers in the car, whether there's any tattoos they can see on the people. And they connect a lot of this with AI to where you've been, where your proximity has. So it goes way beyond me choosing to carry a cell phone. in the last 2 years, 24 different police officers have lost their job for misusing these ALPR systems. This month, 6 alone. Just in the month of July, 6 of them in Georgia have lost their jobs for tracking exes, tracking the boyfriends of their exes, and stalking people. The potential for abuse with something that you can access this kind of information without a warrant and avoid the Fourth Amendment is just scary as hell to me. And approving this would not just affect the sheriff's department, it affects other companies have access to that information. Private companies can download that information and they can store it for long periods of time, longer than these companies store the information. Well, they've downloaded it, they can keep it, and then this information can be kept for much longer in the hands of people that have nothing to do with getting warrants. So it has ramifications far beyond just the sheriff's department and who is using the information that these cameras would be tracking people on. Also, instead of just giving the raw data to the police department, Flock does their own analyzation and they give that to the police department. We're not having cops with experience of looking through this raw data and evaluating it, getting it, and using it. They're getting Flock's evaluation and then they're using the data. From what the AI or Motorola or Flock, whichever, from what their AI decided, that's the information they're getting. So,
Thank you for your testimony.
thank you.
Ronald Breckenfelder. Ronald, are you in the audience? Jennifer Esposito. Sean Reagan, you're on deck. Can we get the camera, please?
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito, Kingman. I wrote an article for the Mojave Free Press July edition that's on the street right now on the APLR license plate readers. If anyone would like a copy, I have some extras in the front row. I have some very serious questions that require answers, and so I'd like to go through them as quickly as I can. How long is raw license plate data, including photos, timestamps, and locations, stored by the system or vendor? And what automatic deletion protocols exist for non-investigative data? Who verifies that data is permanently deleted after the retention period? Are all searches of the ALPR database by local officers or outside agencies fully logged with officer name, reason, and timestamp? How often are these audit logs reviewed for misuse, and can the public obtain redacted versions via public records requests? Which other law enforcement agencies, state, local, or federal, have access to Mojave County's ALPR data through shared networks? What policies or agreements govern when and why data can be queried or shared? And are there automatic blocks for certain reasons, such as immigration or non-criminal matters? What is the department's written privacy policy for ALPR data? Does it include safeguards for First Amendment protected activities, such as tracking vehicles at protests, churches, or political events? And how does it prevent creation of detailed movement profiles of innocent residents of Mojave County? What cybersecurity measures protect the ALPR system and data from unauthorized access or breaches, exposed feeds, or vendor vulnerabilities? Have there been any incidents, and how would the public be notified of a breach affecting the local data? What is the error rate for plate reads in local conditions, and what processes exist for correcting false positives or allowing residents to challenge inaccurate data or matches associated with their vehicles? For what specific criminal or safety purposes is the ALPR system authorized to be used? How do you prevent mission creep into routine surveillance, civil enforcement, or minor infractions? How does the department report ALPR usage statistics, like the number of reads, hits, searches to elected officials or the public? Will you commit to regular public audits or reports on the system's effectiveness versus privacy impacts? What contractual controls does the county have over the vendor's handling of data, including prohibitions on secondary uses, sales, or third-party sharing? Can the contract be terminated if data practices change? Have you conducted or reviewed any analysis of the system's effects on privacy and public trust in Mojave County? What alternatives have been considered to balance safety benefits with civil liberties? Now, right now, it's apparent that they're supposed, never mind. Read the article. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Reagan.
Chairman and Supervisors. Sean Regan, 1001 Buchanan, Kingman, Arizona. I'd like to address that we've got to start from the local level, because we're noticing a tremendous windfall of this going national. There's been a lot of this discussion online with surveillance systems. We are encroaching with AI and other avenues of intrusion into our privacy. There should be less government, not more government. There should be less surveillance, not more surveillance. I have personally dealt with a lot of this infrastructure long before it became popular in the military. So I know how advanced this stuff can be, and I know how far back we are currently. So this technology is extremely dangerous. It's extremely dangerous to our freedom, to our own livelihoods, not only because people distrust government, but because this is also sold to private entities and they utilize this information. And we're not given the whole story and the big picture. Currently, the technology is 10 years behind what we know now. So, or what we're made aware of, in other words. I'd like to know if this is a fixed-based system and or a mobile technology. Either one, this shouldn't happen. We need to abolish this stuff or put some very serious safeguards on this. We are going into some dangerous territories with this stuff. People can get hurt. Lives can be altered. This isn't just, technology taking over. This is some serious stuff. So I would encourage you guys to really reconsider this. And it's not anything to do with the law enforcement aspect of it, because this technology has been around for a while. This is more of what they're doing on a secondary basis. They're selling it to others, repo agents, collectors, everything else. They can collect this information for free and then sell it at a high value. We don't need this. This also, the previous speakers has all mentioned that there's also risk of intrusion from bad actors trying to get this information and or it being sold to them. We need to, like I said in the beginning, we need to have less government, less oversight on this kind of level. If not, we have to have some serious safeguards put in place, some serious regulations as to who can obtain this information and actually use it, because there's too much of this private entity going forward and no restrictions on what they can do and not do with it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. That was the last individual we had sign up to speak. I know the Sheriff's Office has some individuals here, including our own Sheriff Schuster. Sheriff, would you like to come down and address this item? Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Acting County Manager Latowski, good to see you. Good morning, Madam Attorney, Madam Clerk. Great questions. I hope I got some answers for everybody here. I will say I'm going to start off by explaining what I'm going to talk about. I have another representative from the Sheriff's Office who's going to give some real-time information. And critically, we have a representative from Motorola, which is a program we're going to in replacing Flock for any technical questions that may come up. So I'll just take a minute to address the license plate systems as we use them here in Mojave County. I would like to clarify some concerns that have been raised by members of the community. And I want to make clear that I understand and I respect the public's concerns regarding privacy. There was a mention of less government. I'm on the same page. I don't like big government. I think we could reduce government by 50% and we all be better off for it. But there are some necessities in government, and law enforcement's one of them. This is a very important conversation. Supervisor Martin, thank you for pulling this agenda item. And we're going to talk to you openly, honestly, and freely, trying to explain, hopefully, enough information to answer your questions. My primary concern has been and will continue to be the safety of the citizens here in Mojave County. We operate within the rule of law. We treat all citizens with respect and courtesy. We aggressively investigate crime in order to make our communities safer. That is what we do. The Sheriff's Office recently transitioned from the Flock camera system to the Motorola Vigilant camera system. While the vendor has changed, the mission has not. These cameras are not used for speed enforcement, red light enforcement, any type of traffic control measure. That's not their intent. That's not what they're used for. They do not monitor the daily activities of law-abiding citizens. They are simply another investigative tool designed to help law enforcement solve crime, locate suspects, recover stolen property, and protect our communities. We currently have 6 readers in the unincorporated areas of the county. The larger benefit is having access to a system that's been around for many years, nationwide, that assists us when a crime has occurred or when somebody goes missing. The way the system works, if it's only activated if we activate it. The deputy on the street takes a call of a missing child. He can then go into the system and say, we have a license plate and a vehicle description, and we can put that into the camera LPR system. It will track all the cameras, and if there's a hit on that one particular vehicle, we get notified of the last place it was at, so we can then reach out to the jurisdiction that hit came in and hopefully find that child as quick as possible. This is something we've been doing for years without the camera systems. You know, in the old days, we went door to door. Did you see anything? Do you have a security system in front of your house? Can we get access to it? It's very time sensitive. In these cases, you know, we must make sure that we're doing this as quickly as possible. The vigilance system captures images of vehicles and license plates as they travel through public areas. Investigators can access that information only when there's a legitimate law enforcement purpose connected to the investigation. It's important to clarify what the system does and does not do. It does not send alerts when a particular vehicle passes by. It does not notify the deputies, hey, John Doe just drove by this camera. That's not how it works. It does not provide real-time monitoring of vehicles traveling throughout the community. It does not actively track individuals. It does not use facial recognition. The system is not actively watched by deputies. It only becomes a resource when an authorized user accesses it for a specific legitimate law enforcement purpose, such as investigating a reported crime, locating a suspect vehicle, or assisting in an active investigation. The purpose must be related to law enforcement duties, and access is subject to logging, auditing, and accountability. Now, I understand concerns about privacy, and those concerns deserve to be heard. It's important to recognize that cameras are already a part of our everyday life. Businesses, homeowners, schools, public facilities all have cameras. When a crime occurs, deputies often spend hours or even days going from business to business to track down anything that will help in the investigation. There is no expectation of privacy in the public. Only in visible areas do these cameras operate. The system does not create the ability to observe people in private places. It captures information from vehicles traveling in public areas where they're already visible. The safeguards surrounding the system are similar to those excuse me, already in place with the Arizona Criminal Justice Information System, which is called a CJIS. The CJIS was put in place by the state back in the early 80s. Deputies have access to a CJIS to check driver's license, vehicle registration, look for warrants, etc., etc. That is a very concerning issue if you don't have privacy policies in place. Every user of a CJIS, every user of the vigilance system will be assigned a username. They must log in, and every login is tracked and it's audited. We know what they're doing it for. So it's really not the technology that's the problem. It's the ability of an individual to misuse it. And that's where I come in. As your sheriff, my job is to ensure that my staff is doing things properly. If it is accessed illegally or for personal use, not only will somebody be terminated, but they're more than likely going to go to jail. It is a crime. So we check on that to ensure that that never occurs. So I'm happy to answer questions, but before I do, Detective DeVries, would you come up? Detective DeVries has been with us for over 20 years. He's in my narcotics division. I'd like him just to share a couple examples of how we use the system at the sheriff's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Detective.
Good morning, Chairman. Members of this board, again, like the sheriff said, I've been with the sheriff's office for over 20 years. We can go back to the first noted incident of ALPR use in Mojave County that actually made national news, which was in 2015 when a pair of subjects committed several murders in Ohio and were on the run across the United States. They then began committing armed robberies as they continued down the interstate paths to Mojave County. FBI entered the vehicle into the ALPR system, into the national ALPR system. At that time, we were notified, we were able to set up where we were entered into a pursuit with the van. We were able to apprehend the subjects after they fled from the van. That was the first largest known in Mojave County, and that was back in 2015. Since then, in the last year, notably in our recent news, we had a homicide suspect from Golden Valley after being involved in a kidnapping incident in Kingman. At that time, our Flock LPR system notified the deputies who were mostly in Golden Valley attempting to find this vehicle that the subject was in Kingman. It just gave us a time and a place of where to start. By the time the deputies and officers with DPS were able to get in the area, they found him in a whole nother area on Highway 66, but it gave us a pointing direction of where to go. That subject was ultimately contacted by law enforcement, and that situation occurred how it did. Another thing, in July of last year, we were given information from the Texas Department of Public Safety in regards to 2 kidnapped juveniles that were en route across Interstate 42 Mojave County. Detectives and deputies were able to intercept those 2 juveniles and return them to Texas safely. That was a custodial kidnapping incident involving them. These are just several of the incidents of homicide suspects that have been located in the area, using it law enforcement investigation-wise, as well as the list I have of all the stolen vehicles that we've been able to recover and return back to the owners in the community.
Thank you, Detective.
Okay, and lastly, again, I want to mention we do have a representative from Motorola who can get into the specifics. A lot of questions that I heard asked today, I'm hoping I can answer them, but there were so many I didn't have a chance to write them down. I think the point I want to make is we use these cameras to augment investigations, like we use fingerprints and DNA and other techniques, with the understanding that everything must be controlled by the agency involved. If a deputy decides to go rogue and do something wrong, of course, that's going to happen. Our job is to make sure that we hire people that have a high caliber of ethics and morality, and that's why we have such stringent hiring processes. And even then, you still have people that slip through the cracks. They don't last long, but they do get into law enforcement. So I would tell the public, if somebody accesses this system for anything other than its design, they are going to be disciplined, terminated, more than likely go to jail. We take that very seriously. But at the end of the day, the criminals, they continue to advance with the technology. They learn ways to try and skirt us. And if we don't stay on top of it, crime's going to win, and we're not going to allow that to happen. So this is an exceptional tool. It's something that is only accessed when we have a legitimate purpose, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Sheriff. Supervisor Martin, you pulled this item.
Yes, Sheriff, I heard the detective say stolen vehicles. How many in total arrests or solved crimes have been made as a result of the use of the flock cameras in Mojave County last year?
Supervisor.
I know he highlighted some, but the total number, because he mentioned that stolen cars, yada, yada. Okay, so how many total?
Chairman, Supervisor Martin, I don't have the statistical data in front of me. The detective mentioned just a few examples. I told him not to mention too many. I didn't want this to go all day, but I will tell you that when you talk about stolen vehicles, for many years now, any vehicle that has been listed stolen by any agency in the state automatically is entered into the LPR system. So if somebody steals a vehicle in Tucson right now, or 4 hours ago, let's say, and it pings here in Kingman, we're going to be notified of that. So that's the point behind the system. What I think is impressive with the system, and it's a great tool for us, is when someone goes missing. Those are very difficult cases to work, especially when children are involved. And you know, the question is, well, does it ever get bad information? Does it read the plate wrong? We can put in partial plates. We can put in vehicle descriptions. We can narrow it down. But if there were no camera system, suspects get plates wrong. You know, we're going to follow up on not suspects, witnesses get plates wrong. People that give us information don't get it properly. That's understandable. That's how the world works. But at the end of the day, if we have a tool to investigate, we're going to use that. And please understand, the last thing we would ever do is violate anyone's rights. That's not why we're doing this job. But if I use the tool appropriately and my staff uses the tool appropriately, this benefits everyone in Mojave County, and I would think the citizens of Mojave County would like to know they have that safeguard. If your child went missing tomorrow, you want one of my deputies to hopefully run across him in his travels, or do you want us to have a database to search through? That's kind of the thing. And another point I'd bring out, again, we talk about open areas. We're not trying to track people. We're certainly not trying to invade privacy. If I had the resources, let's say I had unlimited deputies, rather than have camera systems, I could take a deputy sheriff and put them on the corner of every intersection. So you're going to work 24/7. I'm just going to rotate deputies. Your job is simply to watch traffic go by in case something happens. That's what this system does. It allows me to expand our investigative ability with the staffing levels that we have, because in reality, no agency can accomplish that with the staffing they have. That answer your question, sir?
Yes, sir. Another question. You said that you currently have 6 cameras in Mojave County?
Yes, sir.
Are they all in the Kingman area?
They're all on your street, Supervisor Martin. I'm teasing, of course. I apologize.
That makes sense.
That's the sign. No, currently they're all in the unincorporated areas around Kingman.
Okay, and just to, some people had said they wanted to know what Mojave County, what our business is in this, and if I understand from our Public Works Director, the only input that we have is to tell you where the right-of-ways are that you can put the cameras. We don't designate them. We don't, you come forward with, you want to put a camera somewhere, they go to Latosky, and he just tells you where the right-of-way is where you can put the camera. But other than that, we have no operational input into that. Is that correct?
Chairman, Supervisor Martin, that is correct. We don't officially handle that. That would be between the company itself, in this case, Vigilant, which is through Motorola, and the county, and that's a good assessment. Another point that it just popped in my head I'd like to share, when you talk about, see how quick it came and went. Does that happen to anybody else in this room, by the way? Drive me nuts. Every day. Well, if it comes back to me, I'll certainly bring it up. But again, I do have the representative from Motorola here. If you have any technical questions or any more questions for me, we've always been transparent. There's nothing at the sheriff's office that we do that is a secret, unless it's a secret because we're doing an investigation. Stuff like this, we're as open and honest as we can be about it. I just hope that the public understands this is for their benefit. And I know what the point was. So Mojave County has the 6 cameras currently. This is every agency that participates, and there's hundreds and thousands of agencies that participate and have participated. They control their own. So that's what creates the network. I don't have control over the cameras they put out on the interstates or the cameras in Lake Havasu. Those agencies that are in that jurisdictional control pay for that. They have their own contracts like we're doing here, and that's what creates a nationwide system. And it's shown to be very, very successful. And again, I understand how the public feels, and I just hope I can clarify enough that they understand why we do and what we do.
But one of the things that the speakers have said is that the collection of data was free. It's not free. You're talking about a $100,000 contract that Mojave County is going to enter into to fund these cameras. So we're not getting it for free, or you're not getting it for free. We're paying for it through these contracts. And I think it's important that when you note what it helps you do as far as your job and protecting the public, that's a good expenditure in my opinion. Because if we can find one child, if we can find an elderly person that's drove out in the desert and he's sitting there in 120-degree heat and he's going to die, and your deputy rolls up there and sees that he's the missing person, that's public safety. And that's, in my opinion, is well worth the cost. Thank you.
Thank you for that. If I could add one point, what I was thinking of earlier. Of course, we have our own internal oversight, but the real oversight is the public. Okay? If someone came to me and said, I believe one of your deputies abused, whether it's this program or something else, we're going to look into that. And we always hold our staff accountable. We provide them with the resource. We train them on the resource. They know and they're expected to understand how things work. We provide policy on these things, but at the end of the day, some deputies, some officers, some state officers go rogue. We've all met that type of person, and you can't control that until after the deed is done. That's when we make sure to get them out and make sure they never, are in law enforcement again. But on a whole, the public should keep us in check. That's the point. If somebody came to me right now and said somebody erroneously tracked me to my house, I'm going to do an investigation. Doesn't mean it happened or it didn't happen, but I want to know more. That is the real point that I was trying to make. So, any other questions for me?
No, sir, not for me, but I just want to say, when I came into this thing today, when I read all the data, I thought about it, and I completely understand the privacy issues. But there were so many questions about the oversight and what it could be used for and couldn't be used for. And I think that you've explained it. I know we're still going to have a select few out there that are going to say, nope, my privacy concerns overrides anything involving public safety. But I think that the majority of the people in Mojave County would say, hey, if it helps you solve a crime, locate a person, and they've done nothing wrong, and they drive down a public street in a vehicle, that this system taking their license number doesn't do anything to diminish their right and their ability to have safety in your system.
Thank you, Supervisor Martin. Since Motorola did send Representative Dave Callister here, I'm going to make him say something. I don't want to waste his drive for nothing, but I want him to talk about the privacy of it and the security of it so everyone can understand.
Before you walk away, Sheriff, I just have one question. I just want to make sure it gets back on the record, and sure. I don't think I missed it, but maybe I did. Your department, does it have a written policy regarding the retention, sharing of the info and what the info is used for, that the public would be able to obtain a written policy on this?
We have a retention policy. We're actually going through our policy manual. This policy and another one is being updated, but of course, we have a policy on all of it.
That's my main concern. As long as the public can get a copy of the policy and they can see how, what the retention policy is, how the information's used, if it's shared with anybody. I mean, it's all right there. It's very
Absolutely.
transparent.
They can learn to use it firsthand by applying for us as a deputy sheriff. We're always hiring, so if they want to learn more, they can certainly apply.
See what you did there. Thank you.
Any other questions for me?
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Yes, I do.
Supervisor Borelli?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Sheriff, for showing up this morning. My question is, does your office share or sell any of this data to anybody outside of law enforcement?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Borelli, good morning. Great question. And no, our office does not share the data.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gould, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, you talk about the public holding you accountable. A couple of months ago, I asked for the locations of the flock cameras and was denied those locations. I am one of the members that gives oversight to your department, but apparently I'm not trustworthy enough to have the locations of the flock cameras. I just looked them up on Deflocked website, but if I'm supposed to hold you accountable, but yet you won't give me the information to know where the cameras are, it makes it a little difficult to hold you accountable.
Sure, understood. Supervisor Gould, I would ask who you requested that information from.
I don't want to tell it in an open meeting because I don't really want to get the person in trouble.
I get that. I just don't want to. I'm kind of blindsided because we are an open book. So if you were told that, that's erroneous. And I would like to correct that person if you want to talk to me later about it.
Maybe we will.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Just brief remarks from the contractor, if you'd like.
Yes, absolutely. Dave.
Good morning, board. I appreciate you guys having me here today. My name is Dave Callister. I'm actually retired from the Department of Public Safety. Some of you might know my brother. He's worked in this county for 20 years. I haven't. I'm out of Phoenix. But one of the first thing I want to bring up was somebody said in the meeting, the 24 police officers have been arrested that he could count. He's absolutely correct. But not one of those police officers was arrested for using the Motorola system. And I ask you to verify that after we're done, and you will see. The reason why I say that is because the checks and balances that are put in place by Motorola, we are a publicly traded company. We are not privately owned like Flock. So we are heavily regulated by the FBI, which is our CJIS compliance. When these officers log in, they have a 2 authentication login, meaning not only their password, they have to have a code sent to another device or email that they then have to log in. That's the first step right there. Before any data is searched, they have to put in there the reason why they are searching it and a case number if one is available. And all of this can be accessed and audited at any time by their superior officers. So if one of those officers did misuse it, they would be in absolute trouble. And that's why the checks and balances on our system is absolutely there. I do want to address one other thing that was brought up that is incorrect. The data from Motorola that we hold is their data. Motorola has no control over it. We do not sell it. We do not provide it to anybody else. The sheriff or the agency has complete control who sees that data and when they see it. So if somebody from the Phoenix Police Department searched data that was sharing with the Mojave County Sheriff's Department, this sheriff could audit that and see that. Do you have any questions for me at all before we're done?
Any questions for the vendor while he's at the podium? Supervisor Gould, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, in the backup, it said that this system did not have to comply with some particular FBI regulation. Can you expound on that?
I am not aware of what you're referring to, but we are. So I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with the term CJIS. It is an acronym from the FBI that is heavily regulated. So we are a CJIS certified. So if Motorola was in fact like our employees were to access this data, we would jeopardize losing our certification, which is the CJIS compliant that's regulated by the FBI, meaning that Motorola could have their license pulled and we would no longer be in business for this type of company.
From reading the 171-page backup, there's a phrase in there that says that this system is not subject to a particular FBI standard.
That is
to me, that appeared that they did not have to meet that standard to log into the data.
No, that is absolutely incorrect. I would love to show every one of you how.
I'd love to show you too, but I'm having trouble getting the backup up.
If any one of you would love to, I would show you, and it's not, but that Motorola put it in place. It's that the FBI requires that. So everything that the FBI puts out, we have to update our system to that. Absolutely, we have to follow what the FBI tells us to do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments? Supervisor Lettman, anything? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards approving this. I mean, I understand the public safety side of it. I also cannot see the backup on item 17, and I would actually like to continue this item for a meeting or two. Okay, I would like to do my own personal research on it, come sit down with you folks, some of the folks who have concerns, and we'll come back and make a decision.
Supervisor Borelli, would you have any questions for the vendor or for our sheriff?
No further questions. I do have a comment, though.
Please.
Yeah, so these systems have been used for years. DPS, and as a matter of fact, the Pinal County Sheriff's Office has recovered numerous stolen vehicles going down I-10 heading to Mexico. So, I mean, this system has been in operation for quite a long time, and it works. And that's just recovering stolen vehicles heading down to Mexico. But the sheriff's 100% correct when you talk about homicide suspects and missing children. This is a valuable tool, and I don't think we should be, in my opinion, we should be belligerent this or dragging this thing out. This is existing technology, is being modified and formed. Motorola's got a better handle on it than the old flock system, but like I said, this is it's not what does it cost, what will it make, what will this save us in the long run. I remember when I was on city council and we did a pilot program on body cameras, and people were opposed to even spending money on that for a pilot program. Well, when the Lake House UPD started getting these body cameras, I mean, the citizens' complaints dropped like 85%. And when there was one officer-involved shooting, that body camera exonerated the police officers in that shooting, which saved the city $25 million lawsuit. So this is where my mindset is at. Is I'd like to see this approved and go on from there. We can always cancel a contract if things get too out of hand. So, you know, I'm going to lean towards the sheriff's integrity and professionalism in his office, because I know he's got the track record saying, I'm not the mask police. I'm going to protect people's civil liberties and constitutional rights. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Supervisor. Sheriff, I also lean on towards approving this. I mean, your detective just noted an instance 11 years ago where we were using this software, this system, this tool. And since I've been on this board, I've never heard any problems with this tool. I'm not sure if just some people are taking on what's happening with another vendor and another company in some other areas of the country and just trying to amalgamate all this together, that it's all the same, but I don't think it's all the same. I think if we had a problem with this system that we've been using for well over 11 years, we would have heard it by now. So I'm a little confused by all of this. I don't think it's a bad idea to have scrutiny, obviously. I think there should be a written policy in place that people can review to see how this information is used. But aside from that, I think it's a valid tool, and if we can use it in the pursuit of justice and the rule of law, then I'm all for it.
Chairman, thank you for that comment. And just one more point on my part. We try and use all the technology and the tools to do our jobs, but it's not for us. This is for you. This is for the citizens of Mojave County. You know, I was elected to make sure we do it properly. I'm not going to let my staff violate rights. I'm not going to let my staff step outside of our current policy. But if you start stripping away tools that benefit the citizens, how do I respond to somebody when they say, hey, we pulled your cameras and I'm sorry your kid was abducted, but last year we could have found him a lot quicker, but It's just, to me, you get rhetoric online. There's a lot of it. It's a weird world we're living in. What's true, what isn't true. But at the end of the day, I can only tell you what we need, what we use it for, and how we're going to use it. And I hope I've explained that.
Thank you, sir. With that, any other comments, or I'd entertain a motion?
I had one more question.
Thank you, Supervisor Levin.
What's the effective date of the contract?
Sarah?
I'm going to come to the podium. Sorry, Tara.
We're
We're looking for
under
the
a-
effective date of the contract that's currently
We're
being
under a
considered.
current contract, correct? Well, when does that expire?
I think we canceled that one. I think it was based on a fiscal year basis. And so I think we're behind on this one. The effective date of this would be when the board authorizes it. And then the terms and conditions of the contract say that it gets into like a fiscal year basis. So whenever we authorize it, it will go through the end of the fiscal year. And then that's when the next renewal term would start.
So if the old agreement expired, what are we using as the basis to collect data off the cameras right now? It's in July.
I'm not sure. I don't have the backup on the fly.
Are we on perhaps a
contract
month-to-month
right
basis or something like that?
now. That's my guess. This is something we've been working with the sheriff's office on to transition to Motorola.
Okay.
Supervisor Lettman, would you ask that question again? I don't think I understood what you're asking.
So if the current contract expired on June 30th, which is what I think I heard said, today's July 20th, are the flock cameras still up and operating?
Great question, Chairman. Supervisor Lettman, no, they're being pulled. We no longer affiliated with that company. We are not, they're taking out their cameras and we're moving forward with the Motorola cameras. So should the board approve this today, and I hope you do, we will give them the green light to start installing cameras.
Okay, so we're without camera coverage right now.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions, or I'd entertain a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, I make a motion to approve.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
Second.
For that motion, second, any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Ayes appear to have it and do have it, so ordered. Thank you, Sheriff. We'll move to item number 8. Approval of the comment letters regarding the proposed BLM lease sale to be signed by chairman and sent to the Bureau of Land Management prior to the conclusion of the scoping period. This is placed on the agenda by Board of Supervisors or by Development Services. Supervisor Martin, I think you pulled this item.
Yes, I did. I'd like to see what we're sending as far as the lease. I have an issue with the sale of land because a lot of times these lands end up, when they're in private, then we start seeing stuff like green energy and windmills and all that kind of stuff. So I'd like to just see here for the public what those lease lands we're dealing with are.
Development Services, Director Holter, you want to come up and give the board an overview of this, please? Very briefly.
Morning, board. I guess it's still morning. 6 more minutes. Mr. Chair, Supervisor Martin, this is the BLM is seeking to lease out land for oil and gas, and they are conducting an environmental assessment. And with that, they've given the county or cooperating agencies to comment on that environmental assessment. These 2 letters, one is from our Public Works Department. Our county engineer, Director Letowski, was able to produce a letter based on impacts that the roads would have if leased to oil and gas. We also produced a letter that would we really want BLM to look at and make sure that they are taking into account our water resources, our grazing in that area, and the use of the land, that it's multi-use and not just a singular use. And so these 2 comment letters would go to them for that environmental assessment.
And where were those locations?
If I could give you context, this is in District 1 up by Beaver Dam, Littlefield, and Scenic. As far as I can tell, and as anybody else I've talked to tell, there's no oil and gas up there.
Right.
So I'm not sure exactly what they're doing, and that's why I asked that these letters be sent to the BLM.
That's exactly what my concern was, because I knew where the locations were, and I've been up there 100 times. I've never heard of them, anybody talking about oil or gas exploration up there. And I thought, well, what are they doing? Why are they saying they want to do this when there's no historical records of it? So that was my concern about this, is that we make sure that if they're going to go in there and do this, that they are protecting the land, and that if something develops, they're going to clean it up when they leave. That's my concern.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions or comments? If not, I entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
For that motion, second, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 9, Board, I pulled item number 9. We had a individual that was looking to speak. Mr. Armin Stange, you want to come to the podium? Armin, are you still in the audience? Armin, do you want to go out and grab Armin? Armin. I'll tell you what, I'm about to make a motion to approve if he doesn't come in. Armin, come down to the podium and speak on your thoughts on item number 8, please. Or 9, excuse me.
Armin Stange, Fort Mojave, aka the German. So number 9, I know it is a donation of $600, but what is going on with resurfing DVDs? Aren't they out of style? And shouldn't that have been gone in front of the Citizens Advisory Committee for the library in the first place? That's all the questions I had on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion or entertain a motion to approve? 9?
9.
Thank you.
Item 9 is read.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. We'll move to item number 13, same deal. Pulled this item. Mr. Armin Stange, you want to talk on item number 13? Armin, you want to come down and talk about item number 13? Come on down.
And again, Armin Stange, Fort Mojave, aka the German. So this contract, wasn't it supposed to be showed to the Citizens Advisory Committee as well? You know, those things, they just show up, and why do we have then a Library Advisory Committee? Thank you.
Thank you. Is the director of the library online? Perhaps you'd like to address that question.
I am. Good morning, Supervisor, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisors. We've never bought our contracts before the CAC or our donations before the CAC to approve before we brought them to the board. The CAC will listen to the reports of how we're doing and report back to supervisors. They will also help us along with some policy development decisions. But as far as these things, these are really kind of standard routine things we bring to the board just so that we can operate.
Thank you, Director. Any questions for the Director? If not, I'd entertain a motion. Supervisor Gould, thank you, sir.
Motion to approve.
For that motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All
Aye.
opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 20 on our consent. Pulled by Supervisor Martin. Supervisor Martin? Director
Yes,
Latowski?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Supervisor Martin, this is an item just to acknowledge an easement extinguishment application. It concerns a public utility easement that the applicant desires to reduce by 24 feet, so extinguish 24 feet of the 40-foot wide public utility easement. This easement used to be a public roadway easement as well. However, the Board of Supervisors in 2018 extinguished it. So all that remains is a public utility easement. And again, the applicant desires to extinguish 24 feet of the overall 40 feet, so 16 feet remaining. Should the board desire for Public Works to proceed, there'll still be a notice process. We notice utilities and the area property owners as well. Mr. Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, yes, the property owners in the immediate area of the action will be notified, and this item would be brought back to the board for final decision.
Make sure that the other landowners up they want to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Board, that brings us to item number 33, regular agenda. On item 33, I'd entertain a motion on item number 33.
Motion to approve on item 33, as discussed in executive session.
Is that appropriate? It is need to be specified.
Chairman, Supervisor, I believe we need to specify because we didn't really make a motion during the executive session. And then I will also ask one of the supervisors who make a motion to make sure we have the effective date of the motion. Thank you.
Effective date, range, and step,
Yes.
correct?
Correct, thank you.
In your motion, would you rephrase your motion to have an effective date, a range, and a step, please?
Yes, I would make the motion that the effective date is today and that the range and step that we previously discussed is allowed.
It will be range 29, step 4. If the board so
29, step 4?
Range 29, step 4.
Range 29, step 4.
That's your motion?
Yes, sir.
You've heard that motion. Do I have
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you, sir.
I'm going to second that motion, but I wanted to praise the clerk for the wonderful job that she does. She takes on responsibilities that she assigns to herself that go above and beyond. And I just wanted to thank her for doing that. And she deserves this positive review and a raise that goes along with it.
Absolutely. I'd open it up to the other board members. Any comments?
Yeah, if we could third the motion, I would.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Borelli, any comments?
No, I mean, she takes exceptional responsibility and shows initiative. Outstanding clerk. Thank you very much for your service.
I would say the same thing, Laura. You're a hard charger. You take initiative. I think we're blessed to have you. Thank you, and keep up the good work. We have a motion, a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 34, discussion, possible action, direct staff to place the notice of the hospital lease and a copy of the lease in a publication, newspaper of general circulation once per week for 4 weeks, as stipulated by ARS 11-25601B. Director Latowski, any comments?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this item is a prerequisite item, considering that the board may lease or sublease any land or building owned by or under the control of the county. This item provides for, as dictated in statute, that a notice of the proposed lease or sublease be given by publication once each week for 4 consecutive weeks. So we're asking for the board to approve staff moving forward with the notice.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd open it up for a motion.
Chairman, before that, I'm sorry, I have a side note.
Please, attorney.
Thank you. This is different than the 11-251. This one, this one just need a majority votes. We don't need a all the, you, thank you, you never vote for the.
Okay.
And then I believe there's a staff mentioned about there might be a little bit conflict of issue about calendar. So regarding having the hospital have the board meeting on Tuesday at 2 to 4, because due to the holiday, this board might have a meeting on Tuesday sometimes. So I would ask the board just to modify this motion a little bit. It will be the same languages, but as it will be need to be approved by the county attorney's office for the language modification.
What's the language modification you're asking for?
Basically, I will just modify that I will modify that this county will coordinate the schedule with the KRMC about the Tuesday calendar.
How does that have to do with the publication requirement?
No, it's not about publication.
No,
but,
that's something that can be handled internally, correct?
That's the lease itself.
Yeah.
Because the board need to be approved that these to be published as well.
That's not what's that's publicized on this agenda, though. This is, I think I'm confused about what you're saying.
Okay. Well, basically, this board, for this item, the board will have to approve the lease to be published.
Right. I'm
talking about lease itself. There's a copy of lease in backup agenda. I will have to modify it to make sure the county will have the opportunity and make sure we have the auditorium to provide for the.
This is about the publication requirements. Has to come back actually to execute the lease.
But we need to publish the lease, so I need to make sure that.
But doesn't that say that?
So, Chairman, just to let you know that the lease, that currently the way the contract is in the backup is that they would get the board auditorium on Tuesdays, the first and third Tuesdays of the month. Those days that the Board of Supervisors have a holiday on that Monday meeting, we automatically move that to the Tuesday meeting, and we reserve the room from 9 to 5. So we just need some modification on that, and I think that's what she's talking about. But just so that you're aware that.
This says direct staff to place the notice of the hospital lease and a copy of the lease in a publication of general circulation for four times, basically.
Right, and so we can do that, but the lease that we would currently put up would allow them to have the board auditorium on the first and third Tuesdays of every month. And the board needs, when we have holidays on Monday, and we use Tuesdays, we just need to modify that.
You just need to do that before you put a copy in the newspaper.
Right.
That's it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
There's another issue with this. I believe that you're end running the requirement for unanimous consent to lease it without putting it out to bid. So I believe by advertising this, you're also opening it up for other bidders.
So based on this, this 11-256.01 is kind of between the publication and just approved by the board directly. If during the publication, if someone want to put a bid on, third party want to put a bid on with the same price or more, like a greater value than the current lease, then we have to go through the 11-256 for the public. Okay, public.
So theoretically, you could have somebody come. Your intention is to lease it to the hospital board. Someone else could come in and outbid the hospital board, and they would then be our tenant.
It's possible for this process.
All to get around the requirement for unanimous consent.
That's the other route for this. I believe the board still can put on the item under the 11-251 as well. This is just the other route that board can pursue.
I still think that to get around the unanimous consent, you have to open it up to the public to bid. And this, if you advertise it, that's what you're doing, is telling the public that they have an opportunity to bid on whatever office it is that we're potentially going to rent to the hospital board. So you might want to think about before you do this and just stay with the unanimous consent. Otherwise, you might end up with a tenant that you don't really want.
Open up to the board for a motion.
Or we can
Or-
continue this to the next meeting and
Yeah.
get it sorted out.
Or no motion.
Motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second? Any additional discussion?
What's the motion? I can barely hear
Motion
it.
to approve, Supervisor Borelli.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
I appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 35, for information only, requesting a brief presentation from Director Latosky and Parks Administrator Helms on the current performance of our Parks Division and plans for fiscal year 27. Supervisor Letman.
Well, we have a new parks administrator, and I like what I see going on in our parks, and I thought this would be a perfect opportunity for Director Lutowski and Administrator Helms to share with us what's going on in the parks, and we might have some questions for you.
Members of the board, it's my pleasure to introduce Bo Helms, our Parks Administrator. For the last 6 months, since Mr. Helms has been at his position, he has absolutely reinvigorated the park, empowered the staff, and achieved numerous improvements and operational and service improvements throughout the park. We've all heard about the proverbial term, low-hanging fruit. I think Administrator Helms has attracted bushels upon low-hanging fruit, and really has put the park back on the map. So with that, I turn to Administrator Helms. I believe he has a brief presentation to indicate to the board some of the accomplishments that we have seen at the regional parks, community parks, and fairgrounds.
Thank you for your time. How do I open the? Being new, I apologize for not knowing. Do I just press it? No, that's mine. Oh. Bingo. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you so much. I don't know how to make it full screen though. That's pretty good. All right. So over the last 7 months, we've been working on the parks pretty extensively. Not in control. I appreciate it. Either way, we've been working on the parks pretty extensively, community parks, both our regional parks as well, and really, if you will, backing it down to the basics, making sure that our systems are functioning, our parks are adequate for our guests, and really diving into revitalizing what has already existed and speaking as well as we can about it. So for our first slide, we have the community parks. Almost every community park that we serve have received bathroom renovations in some capacity, some of them more than once due to pretty consistent vandalism, but we've tried to curtail that with certain security measures, and it seems to be working at this time. Some of our facilities have received complete remodels as well as like a new infrastructure, and others have increased operations with different doors and electronic mechanisms for entrance. Is there any specific questions about the community parks that I can answer while we're on this slide? There we go.
Hello. I had a question.
Yeah.
I know that we captured a photo of a young vandal getting ready to throw a rock at Veterans Park. Did we turn that over to law enforcement?
We turned it over to our parks police officers. At that time, no damage was taken. We've had no such interaction again.
Did they do anything, though? I mean, the fact that you got a picture of him getting ready to throw the rock, his intent was there. His intent was to damage that property. And what I'm saying is, did we do anything as far as enforcement to prosecute him, to put him on notice and put that whole group on notice? We were not going to let this go without some form of punishment.
I will check with our parks police officers.
Thank you.
And ensure that something continues. On to the some of the increased renovations that we're going to continue with is the basketball court resurfacing, looking at opportunities for park surveillance across all of our community parks, as well as continuing to increase our signage for our community parks. Moving on to Wallapai Parks for that next slide. I don't know if I should touch it now or if... There we go. Wallapai Mountain Park, we've done nearly the exact same thing. We've worked on all of our trail systems. When I first got started, multiple trails were covered in downed trees, dead trees. We worked with the different fire departments to receive certifications so that our staff could go out there and clear the trailways without requiring additional services. So myself and fellow superintendents, parks police officers, our race officers, and our maintenance crews have cleaned and cleared roughly 60 to 70 trees out of our park along the trails, and any downed or dead trees, removed them and continue to create piles for winter burning efforts. So we've put a lot of effort into just kind of cleaning this park up and working with different social groups to do it as well. We've increased the water storage capacity with our water department, new signage for all of our campgrounds. We even installed a laundry room to service our long-term residents in Wallapai Mountain Park in our ranger station right as you enter. We have 2 new kiosks being installed shortly, and then our Rec 3 updates through a donation through our Rotary Club in Kingman, and I think fellow clubs as well. But the overall objective is to beautify the park in every capacity, continue beautification projects, and staying on the throttle with removal and enhancement across the board in Wallapai Mountain Park. That also includes our cabins. So one of our cabins specifically was door locked due to a dangerous tree next to it for the past 6 years or so. We did take steps to remove the tree, and now the cabin can be rented again. So for the first time in years, this cabin has been back to operations. Many of our Stonehouse cabins and different cabins across our entire fleet have received remodels, renovations, and upgrades so that they can better serve our community. Really, we're seeing a tremendous ROI on that. Our guests have been coming back weekend after weekend. Both Davis Camp and Wallapai Mountain Park this summer have seen, if not capacity, near capacity weekends every single weekends, and Davis Camp specifically for the last 6 weekends have reached capacity numbers. Been great. Getting on to Davis Camp. When I started out at Davis Camp, it was an identification of a lot of areas where we could do simple cleaning and area restoration to increase user benefits, as well as establish a new reform of what this park should look like for our staff to uphold. You can see, top left on your slide, just an abundance of stored trash that really wasn't necessary to be there. Our staff have been working to kind of clear and remove everything, open the park back up to what it once was. Shoreline restoration projects, electrical enhancements, even our employee housing remodels and beautification projects. And really, as you can see down at the bottom right-hand side, our park police officers are engaging in our community that use the parks, playing basketball with them, getting to know them, walking the shorelines, day-to-day conversation. Far left, during the Harley rally in Bullhead City, we had our America 250 logo down. Many of our residents in the park that week were there to go to the rally. So we even initiated for the mayor's ride, like a gathering, so we could all ride over there from Mojave County Parks and support the motorcycle rally. But truly, across the board, we're trying to engage our park in the community we serve. I think we've done a tremendous job at that in Davis Camp specifically. For the fairgrounds, it's been remodels galore. All of our facilities have seen facelifts, and our facility grounds workers and the vision of our fairgrounds manager, they've really been working hard to increase this facility. Great beautification project for our pickleball efforts. Our bathrooms have seen complete remodels, and I used this term the other day, but approachable bathrooms. I think we've all been to locations where you approach them and then you leave, and our bathrooms encourage utilization. Exactly. Yes. And that is something that I'm super proud of. There's gas stations that I specifically go to when I'm traveling because I know the standard, and I think our fairgrounds are welcoming to the guests that want to hold events. We'll continue to enhance that. Our 4-H building, you can see the usage over years in the facility, but the remodel is outstanding. It truly showcases the expertise that our facility grounds workers bring to our crew. Top left was our recent event. We had an 80s, I always mess this up, but a killer prom, if you will, a murder mystery. And the staff worked with our local business community and sponsors. Thank you, Supervisor Letman, for sponsoring the event as well. But an overwhelming successful event where it was near canceling. No signups to about 80 people signed up, full sponsoring, net revenue, true programming and planning going into it, and really bringing that back to life. And then in the center, we have the Fairgrounds Day at the Capitol. It was great for our very own Hildy Angus to support Mojave County Parks, call us out on the floor, and really recognize the staff for what seems to be, one of the first times that we've had any recognition at one of these events. So it was fantastic to be part of that. And from previous history with my work experience, being able to communicate around the Capitol and navigate our staff to make those connections has really benefited us. Fairgrounds, I know, is always a topic of discussion, but it is truly a beautiful facility, and it continues to become, be enhanced, and the staff that are there is truly passionate about bringing events in. You'll see that we continue to advertise those events coming into the fairgrounds. This is Parks Administration. We've been working really hard at the admin office to bring recognition to our parks and what's going on. Electronic ticketing is one of the biggest things that's been new to this season and will enhance all of our parks, both Wallapai Mountain Park and Davis Camp. We've seen a reduction in time and lines that folks are, waiting in line to enter into the park, which even today on Monday morning, I stopped in at 7 o'clock this morning to see Davis Camp after the aftermath of a busy weekend, and folks were being processed through line as quickly as possible. I waited behind 6 cars, and we got through pretty quickly. But it's a Monday morning, a relatively low-level week, and we still have lines getting into the park, which is fantastic.
Good.
Certifications for chainsaw trainings for our entire staff. This really enables us to enact quick response to anything that happens in Wallapai Mountain Park. We've seen a tremendous growth in this program. Far right, you can see all the folks that we joined. A select few of us joined, a more enhanced certification class to be able to fall larger trees. A great appreciation to the fire departments that supported our learning and education in that process. We went down to the library and visited with Supervisor Letman, as we did the Flag Day in the library's fantastic event to support. We've really grown into tourism as well, and some of those bottom pictures are our tourism events, engaging in local tourism, parks and recreation, joining the two together and highlighting the aspects of our community that maybe will one day enhance workforce development as well. That seed that brings it all together, and our park systems truly are an aspect to tour to or to stop by as you travel through Mojave County. Just a tremendous amount of work from all aspects of the parks, but truly every angle of it, we've been working really hard to kind of bring it all together in unity. I'm going to jump into analytics a little bit. I'm pretty excited about this one. I'll go right to the first stat. We had a video. We've been really focused on outward visitation, specifically social marketing. And over the last 6 months, we've been able to go to what our following was for the exact same period of time, about 300,000 views on social media, where we'll hit a little over 4 million. So almost 5 million views in the exact same time period, just 1 year different. One of our videos has just recently reached 2.7 million views, close to 300 comments, roughly 500 different interactions, reposts, and shares. That's just one video, but if you look on your screen, the two left and right are your timelines. We've had tremendous success in our social marketing aspects. When all combined, it is a little over 5 million views. So we've been working really hard to expand that, getting into social groups, now touching on the photos, working on the social groups, engaging our superintendents in the parks discussions, really trying to advocate for these social groups to relocate their events inside our community parks. And the fair itself, we've revitalized the fair. We've brought in the rodeo to support our fair as well. So for the first time, the rodeo and the fair will be happening at the same time this year. We hope to see everyone out there and connecting that business community with our fairgrounds, with our events, with our programming. For the first time, we have a head sponsor, a $10,000 sponsor for the fair, Western Arizona Regional Medical Center. So a tremendous amount of respect to WARMC for supporting our events, but it's not just them. All those logos at the bottom continue to invest in community parks into our efforts. And as we continue to connect our business community with our parks and recreation and tourism, it will certainly be a goal of mine to highlight these contributing businesses. Being a chamber CEO before it goes without due that everything in this community, whether where we are without the county, is usually on the back of business dollars. So truly appreciative. Upgrading signs, this one I'm very passionate about, and MC, Mojave College, recently spoke about it. We're doing a new Davis Camp sign, 4-foot tall letters, 3 feet wide. Davis Camp, right on the intersection of 95 and the Laughlin Bridge, right where that individual is standing in the photos. But Mojave College is constructing the sign for us. We should have the letters finalized within the week. So very excited to get that into the ground. And then we're looking far left, that photo is a potential food truck port that we're looking at installing in Davis Camp so that we can host full-time food trucks during the summer months and create a food court atmosphere to support commerce in our parks. If we wanted to, we could play the video. If not, we can move on. But one of the biggest things to talk about in this entire slide is the bike park. And the bike park in Colorado City, a cyclist myself, biker as well, but cyclist, I cannot wait to see this project develop, and the trail construction and the work behind it right now, the renditions that we've seen, it continues to grow. And as we ebb and flow through this project, I think it'll be a great contribution to what we have to offer as Mojave County Parks. Lastly, we'll touch on funds. 2 slides here. One of the slides is by attendance. One of the resounding messages that I've heard is we want to see more people in the parks. And it's just based off of revenue, off of year to date versus year to date last year, we're up $43,000 in Wallapai Mountain Park off of entrance and utilization of our facilities. And in the exact same tone at Davis Camp, we're up $26,000 for entrance and utilization of our facilities. So we have seen a growth in attendance. Again, I hear from staff. I don't have a long-term database myself, but I hear from staff that this is one of the busiest, consistent summers we've had since COVID, and we're going to continue to ride that for as long as we can. So I think our social media efforts are feeding into this tremendously. We've seen great comments, we've seen good comments, we've seen bad comments that we'll work on, but the objective is to continue to put out a message that we are here to serve our community. Lastly, some of the funding. Although we have seen strides, we are working in a negative, but we are growing better. So this is just until May. We are waiting for finals, but negative $33,000 for our net operations right now. And then for the fairgrounds, any questions on this slide before I jump to the next one?
Any questions? Nope.
Okay. Fairgrounds, we're going to be up $14,000. We did have a large electrical issue that we dealt with at Davis Camp that was unexpected, which helped build that negative. But hopefully next year, as we continue to build on a fiscal budget from start to finish, be able to bring that full circle. That concludes my presentation. Really enjoyed the position and the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Director Helms. Outstanding. I'd open up to the board for comments. Supervisor Lemon.
So terrific job. I really like what I see. A couple things about Davis Camp. I continue to remain very concerned about funding. We'll be getting to item 40 later today to talk about starting the process to get a procurement software. And I think the county's done a terrific job of finding organic grants from federal and state and public resources, but we're really interested in going after private foundation grants, okay, to benefit the park system, not just Davis Camp, all of them, the community park, Wallapai, very, very good. We have that old post office building. What's at Davis Camp? It's kind of an eyesore. I think it found its way from Oatman about 50 years ago down there, maybe 40 years ago. What's going on with that?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Letman, I put together a scope of work for what will be a request for information, RFI, for interested parties to potentially propose to relocate that building. And it'll give us an opportunity to understand what entities might be interested in the building, and then be able to come back, work with our partners in procurement to see about facilitating that proposal.
Perfect. At some point, we're going to need a deferred maintenance list or a capital improvement project for Davis Camp. I mean, not right now, okay? But as we go into the next fiscal year planning cycle, we're going to have to ramp this up for Davis Camp. It provides the funding for the rest of the parks, and it's time to reinvest some of that money back into Davis Camp. But terrific job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Other comments? Supervisor Gould, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Helms, apparently you found a baby blue leisure suit remarkably similar to the one that I wore in the 9th grade in their 80s party photo there. I just wanted to comment in that you're a little out of, that was like 1974, so it's not really 80s, but I just want to comment on you.
I have no sense of style. I am as original as it gets, so I just brought one out of the closet, but I appreciate it.
Supervisor Martin.
Yes, a terrific job. I mean, not just Wallapai, but Davis Camp, Fairgrounds. I can tell you from the fairgrounds point of view, I was one of those people that used to walk towards the bathroom, and then as I got closer, I turned around and left. You guys have done a terrific job out there. I think the public is being served well by what you guys are doing all over Mojave County, and thank you very much for doing what you do.
Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Borelli, any remarks?
No remarks at this time. Outstanding job.
Yeah.
Other than that,
Director, I also want to echo, you're doing a great job. I think one of the smartest things that Mojave County has done as of late is to merge parks with tourism, and the metrics back that up. I have no doubt that they'll continue to grow. I know this is for information only, but I would want to make one request. We've had several conversations. We've dialogued quite a bit. You've listed out just a great list of potential opportunities, projects, events that you could run. I'm a proponent that when you hire someone with your background, with your chamber experience, with your love of the outdoors, with parks, you got a racehorse, you got to give them some room to run. I'd like to have a list to the board of those events that you think are possible and any current stumbling blocks. I'd like to have the board see that, because from a policy standpoint, I want to do something about it.
Understood. I think we definitely are sitting on a gold mine in parks, and I would love the opportunity to continue to push it forward. One thing I didn't mention, and I think it's worth mentioning too, in the social marketing aspect, over the past close to 7 months, we've also grown our following, like actual followers in our accounts, 5,134 different people. So we've seen a tremendous growth, and I think we have the steam behind us if we keep rolling with what we're doing and get into planning and programming. What we can subsidize is a true need in our community. So.
Absolutely. That's the whole reason, in my opinion, why we merged parks with tourism. I mean, what is tourism? If you do a great job with promoting our parks and you're getting in events and all these things, and you get people to come back so many times, a percentage of those people are going to own businesses, and maybe they want to move their business here. I mean, that's what it's all about. So, great job. Any closing remarks, Supervisor Lemon? Okay. We'll move to item number 36. Discussion, possible action, direct staff to research and develop a plan to recreate the Industrial Development Authority of Mojave County and present said plan to the board within 30 days. Supervisor Letman.
Sure. We spoke about, thank you, Mr. Chairman, we spoke a month and a half, 2 months ago about should we resurrect the existing IDA we already had, Industrial Development Authority. I believe we've officially allowed that to expire. I'm pretty sure of that. And so the question I had was, is it appropriate to talk about recreating the Industrial Development Authority? I believe it is. Especially as we get into item 39, that'll make, the IDA would make a lot of sense, okay, as it relates to the airport itself. This motion is just merely to ask the staff to come back with the pros and cons. What is it that an IDA actually is? What isn't it? What can't it do? And what are the advantages of bringing up the IDA in terms of helping commercial development, potentially the airport, some other items like that. My colleague Supervisor Gould at a meeting also brought up concerns about possible bonding authority of the IDA. I would like that looked at a lot more. That would be a concern of mine also, or risk to the county, excuse me. And I want to make sure we understand that before we even consider moving forward with the creation of an IDA. So this is merely to directing staff, start pulling together the information, and let's see if this is something we want to do or not do.
Thank you. I'd open up for discussion or a motion.
I'll move for approval of item 36 as read.
Thank you, Supervisor. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 37, discussion, possible action, receive a report on Mojave County Airport Authority management and operations based on the July 8th, 2026 and July 10th, 2026 MCAA meetings and provide direction to the Mojave County representatives consistent with their report. Director Latosky, or excuse me, Supervisor Letman, will let you open this. We do have one person that's signed up to speak.
Okay.
We'll go.
I'll intro what this is. So we have two representatives on the MCAA board, Directors Latowski and Green. I think it's important that as they go back to the meeting, they report to us in open session what happened in these meetings and open it up to questions from the supervisors to really make sure we understand what happens in these meetings and why they are casting votes, providing direction the way they are.
I'd like to have that first, and so that the speaker has all that knowledge.
So if Director Green could come on up to the podium, and Director Latowski is already here, if we could start with a recap of the regular quarterly meeting on Wednesday, July 8th in Bullhead City. If you would, Director Green, we'll start with you, then I'll move over to Director Latowski, and if you could provide us the primary points of that meeting, what happened?
Okay, thank you, Chairman and Supervisors. The Wednesday meeting was the regular quarterly meeting for the MCAA, and there were several items on the agenda. Director Latowski has a report on that. One of the major topics of discussion was the budget that was presented. The board members received the budget at 8 p.m. the night before the meeting.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand this. You were given a budget document, I believe you said at 8:17 p.m. the night before the board meeting.
That is correct.
Was that sufficient time to go through the budget?
Was not.
Okay. Go on.
And we discussed fees, change in fees, and I believe Director Latowski has a report put together for this.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Supervisor Letman, first off, when the meeting started, the board was presented with and passed, both directors, Green and I, opposed this, an amendment to the bylaws recognizing MCAA's nonprofit corporate status. The issue we took with that was this was done in advance of MCAA receiving legal opinions on their statutory and tax standing. The board, as Director Green pointed out, passed a new fee schedule, but it was without any backup analysis and comparables provided. It includes increases of landing fees, term fees, and fuel flowage rates. Regarding the FY27 budget, that was really front and center. This quarterly meeting was really designed in concert with the start of the fiscal year 27 for MCAA that the board consider a budget, but the budget failed to give any previous year actuals and budget. The budget was not divided into business units, just at least at a minimum funds by airport and air terminal, as well as a fund by revenue generating activities. The airport and air terminal should separate the restricted funds, the fuel funds, and the unrestricted operating funds. So in essence, a compilation and aggregate of all of these revenues expenses were presented to the board, including elements like the passenger facilities charge, which we know is a restricted revenue that was essentially used to balance the overall budget. Or at least that appeared to be for board members such as myself. The budget lacks supporting calculations for large figure revenue projections such as rental car commissions and other six-figure revenues. The budget did propose personal expenses that were, in my opinion, at an unmanageable level. If you take all of the revenue, including the restricted revenue, personal expenses were about 73% of the overall revenue. Also, in conclusion, Director Green did strategically motion and the board adopted a tentative fiscal year budget. So that enables our board just to approve a budget, a working budget, if you will, but a final FY budget would have to come back.
So I understand you made a comment during the course of the meeting about the quality of the budget. So as I understand it from both of you, a budget was submitted, okay, with no prior year actuals on it, correct? No year-to-date numbers on it, which makes comparison of a budget kind of difficult. And you made a comment about if you had turned inside. Would you repeat that for our board, what you said?
Yes, at the open meeting on that Wednesday, I did hold up for the public the budget that was presented
And I had said if I presented this to my board, I would be fired.
Correct. Thank you. Continuing.
After the budget, the airport director did provide a fuel farm status, indicating that a tank inventory computer was installed, an approximately $28,000 expense. Then the airport director did disclose that on his own, he secured a $700,000 loan at 7% interest from the airport's fuel supplier, that being Titan Fuels, the fund purchase of replacement fuel tank. Monthly payments are $13,420, and the early payoff without penalty is allowed. I did speak up during that meeting, and I questioned the airport director entering into an agreement without board approval. The airport director responded that the board approved him seeking funding, referencing a March 13th board.
Okay, so if I understood that correctly, the director of the airport thought he had direction from your board that basically said, go out and find funding for this fuel farm, this FBO we purchased. We're going to talk a lot about that, I'm sure, in item 39. And he interpreted that to mean that on his own, he could go out and secure, I assume, signing a promissory note. Okay, just most people have to sign those before they borrow money. He executed a loan document for $700,000 on his own without permission from the MCAA Board of Directors. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we have not seen any paperwork related to it.
Oh, great. So we don't even know what the promissory note says. We're just assuming it's $700,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you, as the treasurer of the MCAA board, did you have any knowledge of this prior to that board meeting?
I did not.
Okay. This is just such a colossal exercise in bad judgment, okay, that, well, I won't tell you what I would have done if I'd been on the board. I wouldn't have waited for the Friday meeting, okay, but this is just extremely disturbing. We should all be bothered by this, because if we end up with this airport, guess who's inheriting a $700,000 piece of debt? And this is a board that doesn't like debt in this county. I think all 5 of us are in that mode. We don't incur debt unless we really, really have to. And maybe this is a case where you needed to incur debt. But in organizations, any organization, small business, medium, like this one, okay, large businesses, we always, as executives who are operating a business, CEOs, we always consult with our board of directors before we would ever execute a loan of this size. Who do we think provided the loan?
The fuel provider for the airport, Titan Fuels, I believe is their name.
Okay, so we didn't even go to National Bank of Arizona. I doubt they would have given them credit, okay, based on their financials. So based on that, they went to the trade supplier of the fuel to get a $700,000 loan. That's just incredibly outrageous. Okay, continuing.
And Supervisor Letman, just to that point, on May 29th in a special meeting where we directed, the board actually directed the airport director to provide certain reports. One of those very reports was a performance analysis and report regarding the financial plan for the design, financing of the fuel farm replacement for the projected operational life. So that was something we were waiting for as a precursor to any type of funding mechanism.
Of course, and as we'll discover in item 39, we all believe that in fact there's a problem with the fuel farm. We get it. Okay, I was going to pose just a question to Ting Wei real fast. I believe state of Arizona has procurement rules in place, and I'm assuming if we asked County Manager Stroll to take a look at financing for a project we have, and he said, yeah, I'll do that. And he came back and executed a loan of this size on his own without getting this board's approval. Is there a an ARS regulation that prohibits that?
Chairman and Supervisors Lemon, I believe there will probably be procurement violation because the Mojave County Airport Authority is also part of a public subdivision.
Yes, okay.
So that might need to also obey the procurement code as well.
So there's just more reasoning right there, and they claim to be body politics. So, does the Arizona procurement rules apply to the airport authority? Guess we'll find out. Okay, but my guess is it probably does. Okay, and you want to continue with more thoughts on the meeting?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Lingenfelter, I do want to point out that the lease agreement, the master lease agreement, actually obligates the airport authority to follow the procurement code of the state of Arizona.
Okay,
It's in there.
rest my case on that one.
So two final points that were discussed again at the quarterly meeting on July 8th. The airport director gave an update on the reports analysis that we had as a board directed at the May 29th special meeting. It was presented in a verbal public report. Just three things touched on: the Park West agreement. There was really just a discussion on the 3070 Park West net revenue share. I reminded the airport director that the board had actually directed development of a report comparing the financial and liability components of the agreement in comparison with similar development agreements. So we're still awaiting that to be forthcoming. The airport director did discuss justification for the fuel farm purchase from Signature Aviation. He referenced the $1.42 million expense on basis the equipment and vehicles that were received were, in his view, valued at over $1 million alone. He stated that the fuel farm passed FAA annual inspection as well as regular inspection. And then finally, regarding the 198-acre property, the airport director stated the property is obligated in perpetuity to FAA, and that is if the county desired to acquire or sell the property. I remind the airport director that his response was not really what the board directed on May 29th, which was to develop an analysis on how this property will be used as a revenue source. The airport director then responded that the master plan details such.
During the course of the meeting, there was a point where the director of the airport used the phrase, "just trust me," or "you'll have to trust me." What was that about?
That was about the budget. I had brought to his attention again during that meeting that it was not an appropriate budget to ask us to pass because we had no comparisons. And I had said at that point that I would not pass, or I would not vote to pass the budget. And at that point, he said, "You need to just trust me."
We need to just well, we don't trust him. That's an interesting point, and we'll get into that more in 39, and we'll talk more about this fuel farm purchase. Any more items on this? That's it for the meeting on Wednesday the 10th. So to recap this also, so if I understood it, this board passed a number of motions requesting that the airport director develop plans relative to the FBO, all sorts of things. And the answer was, I'm going to give you a verbal report instead of a written report.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's a pretty poor response, okay? And especially from an executive. I'm not sure how much he makes, okay, but I'm going to guess it's in the neighborhood of 150 to 160,000 a year, okay? I think we can demand better excellence from a highly compensated executive than what you had to put up with in that meeting on Wednesday. Okay, so the meeting on Wednesday adjourns. Obviously, there's a lot of concern, so the president of the board calls for a special meeting on Friday to talk about the employment agreement with the airport director. Could we have a report from that meeting on Friday, July 10th? What happened?
Sure. It started off with the president of the board, Travis Pruitt, going over a great deal of concerns that he had, and then with the performance of the airport director. And then it came to me, and this was all done in open session per the request of the employee.
Right.
And according to Arizona statute, if they request that, you have to grant it. So the things that I brought up, the first time I had met with the airport director was on May 12th. And leading up to that meeting, there was a great deal of emails going back and forth regarding the budget document, and that the budget document he prepared was not adequate because it's just a list of the name of the account codes and a list of the request for FY27. There's nothing to compare it to. So we'd given him some direction there. He'd given us some information, us meaning Luke, my predecessor, and I, and we created a spreadsheet, which you all would be familiar with. It has previous year comparisons and actuals, things like that. So you have a good idea of what the budget request is. When he seen that spreadsheet, he seemed to be very excited about it, said it was great, and that it should be used. Well, on
we met again on June 18th. And even though I'd provided him with the Excel document, so all he had to do was change any budget numbers for FY27 that he had. Everything else was already there. He still provided the Finance Committee with the same type of budget document that he provided back in May, where it's just the column showing the requested figures. And during that committee meeting, I took the spreadsheet and gave it to the committee members so we could look at the budget correctly. And they were presenting some quarterly information up on the screen, and I was looking at the FY26 budget numbers and looking down at my spreadsheet, and they didn't match. So I asked, hey, why don't these match? Well, apparently they had sent me the wrong FY26 budget figures because they had revised their budget at some point in time, and I was given the original figures instead of the revised figures. So that meant the spreadsheet that we had was completely unusable.
So you got the wrong numbers.
Yes.
That's real high quality work.
Yes, and I'm not sure what process the revised budget went through, because that was before my time, so I'm not sure if it went to the board or how they did the revision. So then again on July 8th, when we had our quarterly meeting, the same budget format was provided, even though, again, he had been admonished and asked to provide comparisons, as well as comparisons for the fee increase request that he was doing. And I did explain that the budget was incorrect and incomplete, that government budgets must account for every dollar that is expended, regardless of if it is grant funds, capital funds, or special funds, and that you cannot spend money if it goes over the threshold that the board sets when they accept a budget. And then that led me to my concerns about late invoice payments, and that some vendors have appeared at board meetings stating that they have late payments, and that there's no transparency, which we all know as a government body is required. The only comprehensive audit on their website is from 2022. The only single audit on the website is 2023. I requested actuals for April and May to update that budget spreadsheet that I created, and they have refused to provide those.
I said, repeat that?
I'd asked for actuals for April and May.
And the answer was?
They won't give them to me.
You're a board member, right?
Yes, and the treasurer.
And the treasurer.
I also brought up the concern about the James entering into a contract with the CFO, an outside CFO service, without discussing it with the board, and I have no idea what the cost is tied to that. And in May, I believe, at an open meeting, when he stated he was working on getting the $700,000 deposit for the fuel farm, I asked where that was coming from, and he would not answer. And I also brought up that entering into a contract with the airport's fuel provider was inappropriate. And then I spent some time discussing the adversarial nature that the airport director seems to be fueling and supporting. It definitely feels like a us against them situation. For an example, when Director Latosky requested the finance manager's job description, he was not provided it right away. It took, a month or two? And on top of that, I believe that the airport director engaged the airport attorney, Andrew McGuire, to ask if he had to release that information. Job descriptions are not confidential information. That was a complete inappropriate use of funds. And we were told as board members that we have to follow the same information request as a member of the press. So we have to go to the website, download a form, submit it.
Okay, let's recap that.
Okay.
You're a member of the governing board and you would like to pull some documents from the organization. You need to go through a public records request as a board member to get it from staff.
That's what we were told, yes.
That'll never go on at the Mojave County. I can tell you that right now. Continue.
That wraps up my report.
Director Latowski, anything you'd like to add?
The meeting did go on for several hours. In the course of the discussion, the board president did express frustration over the airport director's unwillingness to meet with them, along the same lines of what Director Green was alluding to. Ultimately, the board did approve an approach to assign the airport director a 30-day action plan for review by the board, and the action plan includes MCAA tax status determination, FY27 budget revisions and resubmittal, MCAA airport sponsor status, and fulfilling all actions from the May 29th special meeting. That is the reports and analyses for the board and Mojave County Board of Supervisors.
Okay, I think we skipped over two important motions that might have been made. Okay, so the first motion, I believe, was made by you to terminate the airport director with cause for the reasons that you stated. What was the outcome of the vote on that?
You were the one that did with cause.
That was my.
Yeah. So Director Latowski made a motion to terminate the airport director with cause, and I seconded the motion. It did not pass.
Okay, so it had 3 yes votes and 4 no votes.
I think that one only had 2 yes votes.
Okay, and then the second motion. So that motion fails. So now we have another motion.
Yes, I made the motion to terminate the airport director without cause so he could obtain severance, which is in his contract. And
So what you're trying to do is, here's your 6 months or whatever you would negotiate with him, your 6 months worth of pay. We're going to terminate you without cause, which it makes you eligible severance. And the result of that vote?
it failed.
Okay, on a 3 to 4. And this is despite the fact that we executed a $700,000 loan document in clear violation of the Arizona procurement rules, which the lease agreement between Mojave County and the MCA says they will adhere to. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's outrageous by that board. Okay, and I'm very disappointed that that would happen. Do we have any more information about these two meetings?
I do not.
I think that's it for items 13.
Thank you, Supervisor. We do have one person
there's
that
other
signed
questions.
I'll get to those. I'm going to let the speaker who signed up, Scotty McClure, come up to the podium and testify for 3 minutes.
Scotty from Bullhead. Well, Letman, you opened up a big can of worms a year or so ago, and I'm not seeing any improvement at all. You're not getting anywhere. You're running these, I suppose you're the one that put 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40 on here, which is going to take 2 hours. It's already afternoon. This is as ridiculous as the success you guys have done with the morgue. 5, 6 years in the running. Are we going to do 5 or 6 years in the running on this stupid airport? About shutting it down. That ain't going to make it. Harris can go broke, and Don Laughlin would be turning over in his grave. I'm not seeing any improvement. The first thing you need to do is fire Travis Pruitt. He has no idea what the hell an airport is. How many miles does he have in the air? He runs a meeting. Oh, don't get me started that. There's no call to the public. You have to bring your own chair. And you get to sit there looking at the back of the heads of these people in a circle. This is not a public meeting. You don't get to say anything. This is just grandstanding. And I'm not going to name any names, but everybody's doing this. This good old boy club's got to go. Bullshit.
That's the only speaker we had signed up. Is there a motion required, or is this for information only? Okay. We'll move to item number 38, discussion, possible action, direct the Mojave County representatives on the Mojave County Airport Authority to make necessary changes to the operation of the MCAA to require that the procurement of any goods or services estimated over $5,000 require the approval of the MCAA Board of Directors before execution of any agreements over said amount. Supervisor Lettman.
Okay, so this is obviously a response to the $700,000 I'll do it myself loan. So we're asking our two members, we do this in open meeting when we ask our members to do something at the MCA board, directing them, asking them to set up changes that will make sure that the procurement of any goods or services, and I'm assuming we're not talking about payroll here, that would be kind of important, anything over $5,000, that it comes back to the board. So there is complete clarity on this. That is the purpose of this item.
Thank you, Supervisor. I was glad, knowing what we know, to see this item on the agenda. It doesn't matter what organization it is, there has to be some sort of checks and balances in place. We do have one person that signed up to speak, Mr. Scotty McClure. Would you like to come up and speak? Okay, very good. Open it up for additional comments, discussion, or a motion.
I'll move for, go ahead.
Supervisor, Director Latowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board. With regard to the airport and kind of the fine line between control and flexibility of operations, would the board be amenable if we included in what would be a resolution $5,000 requirement, but that emergency purchases of goods and services of more than $5,000 due to a specific threat to public health, welfare, and safety may be ratified post-purchase by the MCA board? Would this board be open to that?
I think that sounds very reasonable to me.
Thank you.
Yes.
You want to amend your motion, or is there a motion?
I will. I'll move to approve item 38 as read with the amendment for an allocation of money on a post basis for emergency purposes, as you stated.
Second. For that motion, second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 39, discussion and possible action, authorize the board's attorneys to proceed with all necessary actions to condemn the leasehold interests of the Mojave County Airport Authority and to take immediate possession of the Laughlin Bullhead International Airport. Supervisor Lettman.
Well, I never thought it would come to this, but to start this off, Mr. Chairman, I believe you published a statement recently on Facebook that I thought really stated what this board has been trying to do for the last 2 years, and I didn't know if you were prepared to read that or not.
I could certainly read that into the record if you'd like me to do that.
I would appreciate that.
This is only reflective of District 1, obviously. The Laughlin Bullhead International Airport belongs to the citizens of Mojave County. It does not belong to the Mojave County Airport Authority, nor to any one group of airport users. The Airport Authority has operated this public airport asset under a lease with Mojave County, and that relationship only works when it is built on transparency, accountability, coordination, and trust. Unfortunately, I believe we have reached the point where continuing the current lease arrangement presents a greater risk than taking action. Since 2024, Mojave County has sought answers regarding financial controls, governance, contracts, lease compliance, and management decisions. While there have been changes in leadership, most of Mojave County's questions remain unanswered or inadequately addressed. During that same time period, there has been a documented financial loss event, an incomplete forensic accounting review that was never fully disclosed, allegations of additional financial management fraud and public procurement improprieties, and ongoing concerns regarding internal controls and management practices. The Board of Supervisors has not arrived at this point flippantly or overnight. We've attempted to resolve these issues cooperatively. We have provided the airport director opportunities to respond. We have welcomed changes to the Airport Authority Board in hopes of rebuilding the necessary productive relationship. Unfortunately, the same lack of transparency, continued conflict, negative headlines, and outright disdain and resistance to reasonable oversight and questions have persisted. At some point, patience in business stops becoming being prudent and starts becoming neglect. I believe we have reached that point personally. The county cannot responsibly allow the citizens' valuable public asset to remain in a governance structure that no longer inspires confidence, while the current lease extends through 2048. If the Board of Supervisors chooses to pursue condemnation of the leasehold interests, it should not be viewed as punishment or retaliation. Lease condemnation in a business sense is a lawful business tool and a process available to protect a public asset when an existing arrangement no longer serves the public's long-term best interests. Airport operations will continue, federal obligations will continue to be honored, commercial service and the employees who keep the airport operating remain critically important. The Board of Supervisors' responsibility is not to preserve the airport authority. Our responsibility is to protect the airport asset and the taxpayers of Mojave County who own it. I have been through this business before with another airport authority in Kingman. Today, Kingman Airport and Industrial Park has become a strong and growing regional asset. I personally believe the same opportunity exists here for the Laughlin Bullhead International Airport if we are collectively willing to make the difficult decisions necessary to restore accountability and transparency, rebuild public confidence, and place this airport on the strongest possible path for success for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me share where this all started. When I was running for the Board of Supervisors in 2024, I was at a Chamber of Commerce event in Bullhead City where two gentlemen, members of the business community, don't quite remember, but they were business people, came up and said, if you get elected to this Board of Supervisors, would you take a look at the airport and the airport authority? There's something not right there. Okay, the way it's being run, the confusion that's going on, the lack of transparency, a board that seems to be very autocratic in its method. Just take a look if you get in there. We did start taking a look. I didn't even wait to get sworn into the board. And this county made its first step, okay, in September of 2024, for the first time in decades, requesting financial documents from the Mojave County Airport Authority per the master lease agreements. Okay, they wanted to see some numbers. Never got it. Asked again in October 24. Never got it. I believe the county attorney's office may have sent a note over. Still didn't get it. Okay, this continued on right into the swearing in January. I believe we got some responses in November and December of 24. And that's where it all started. So there's been a lot of stuff on social media. I'm going to try to hold this to about 12 to 15 minutes. I've told Supervisor Gould to give me the elbow if it gets a little long here or a little out of control. He will. And so I just wanted to make what I wrote on the Nextdoor app a couple of days ago. There was a lot of discussion out there in the Bullhead apps, including this one, about that we were attempting to take over the airport authority and we were going to sell land to developers. And this is what I wrote, and I'll just repeat it to put it into the record. The airport's, the LBIA, the airport sits on land owned by the citizens of Mojave County. It's everybody in the room. Not Bullhead City and not the Airport Authority. The Airport Authority operates LBIA on behalf of Mojave County under a set of leases going back to the 1980s. For the first time in 20 or 30 years, the county is finally looking under the hood, and the results are concerning. After investigating the operation for almost 2 years, we are finding significant operating losses. We won't get into that today. Failed financial audits, poor planning, and a lack of transparency by the governing board. Here are the facts. No one is closing the airport. The FAA will not allow that. No one is making deals with developers, okay? The Airport Authority already did that about 20 years ago when they set up the agreements with Park West Development. The vacant land cannot be sold, as most of it is in fact encumbered by FAA grant restrictions. The county wants to grow the airport with an emphasis on economic development. We want it to succeed. We want economic development. This should be an economic engine for that part of the county. The county wants to improve the environment for general aviation users. The county has encountered stonewalling and a total lack of cooperation from the airport. Time has run out, and we are preparing to take legal steps to protect the citizens of the county from further losses and poor decisions. I invited them to watch this meeting. By the way, anybody who wants to see all this, I've got about a 5-inch binder, and I've got some folders here on what's happened over the last 2 years. You just come on down to my office at 1130 Hancock Road, make an appointment with Jeanette or Bonnie, and I'll be happy to go over all this information with you and how damning it is. Okay? What's just been so surprising about this, when we started talking to the airport for the first time, you would think if one of us walked in and said, I would like to improve the operation of the airport, we have some ideas, wouldn't you want to say, hey, let's all sit down and talk this out and see maybe your ideas make sense, maybe they don't. That's not what happened with this group of people. And talk about the good old boys network that's been running this airport for 20 to 30 years. Okay, this was just another iteration. From day one, resistance. Resistance. We don't want you looking under the hood. We don't want you delving into financials. We do not want you asking questions about governance and open meeting law violations. We don't want to turn over to you copies of contracts. That should be really alarming to everybody in the room. So, I've recapped a few items. This folder is red, okay, and it says on it June 2025. It's red for a reason. This was the about a 3-month period, May, June, July, when things really broke into the open, okay, with the airport authority. We'd gone back and forth, some stonewalling, some offer to put me on their finance committee. No, I don't want that. Okay, we want to see the numbers, thank you. We want to understand governance. And on what really broke this open on May 7th, 2025, we've already talked about this email from the then president, Bill Osborne of the board, to Sam Elters, county manager. Mr. Osborne didn't mark it as confidential, didn't mark it as secure. And of course, the moment this landed into a county server, okay, it became a public document. And this is the email that talks about the famous purchase of the FBO, where he talks about, we're threatening legal action, which we weren't at the time, okay? And let me quote just 2 things from it that are really important. And by the way, before I forget, Jennifer Esposito and the Mojave Free Press, credit to you for being the first media organization to publish this email. It came out on your site. And from there, it proliferated, okay? This is a couple of remarks from this item, okay? We were only recently informed that the farm failed a 2017 inspection. Critical here, we were only recently informed. They didn't know about it when they bought it. This information was withheld from us by the previous owner. The tank sidewalls at approximately 25% thickness. We're applying for a $5 million loan to replace them. Okay, and it goes on. And then, of course, the famous threat, okay, any suggestion of litigation concerning your leases would absolutely have a negative effect with all those efforts, but most assuredly would kill the loan, and therefore the airport would essentially be closed. Should the worst happen here, Mr. Letman has been in the forefront of these efforts and will be the first one to be mentioned. Please. Okay, then it goes on. Good work getting your hands on that document. Okay, then we have this resolution of displeasure that the board had, and this was a culmination of a lot of items. And this resolution of displeasure, which ended up being mocked by the board president and by several of their board members, incorporated a document from Supervisor Sonny Borelli in it, where he asked for specific financial information and informed them that we were going down to the state to talk about all of this, and we did, okay? It also incorporated, or indirectly incorporated, a press release from Supervisor Gould, okay, and myself calling for the resignation of 4 of these directors based on a private meeting that was held by a quorum of their board at the president's home, and an email that talked about the setting up of this meeting. This is a clear violation of the Arizona open meeting laws. What was the response to all of this, the resolution of displeasure? Mockery, okay, of the work that Supervisors Gould, Borelli, Martin, the chairman, and myself had done. In fact, in the very famous, which was leaked out to us from the board, here we have the email of July 31st, okay, from between 4 board members, okay, of the MCAA, talking about, let's go have a meeting, okay, at the chairman's house, and let's talk about things. And what are they? And what's the response in this to the resolution of displeasure? If I could quote Mr. Osborne on this. You, of course, you have all either will have a notice to sign for a letter from the county clerk. You, of course, may do as you wish, but it's only a notice of their resolution of displeasure. I disposed of the notice, so I won't get mine. I gave it the attention it deserved. And then he talks about taking it, I believe, and framing, okay, the resolution with toilet paper. Okay, that might tell you the level of disrespect he had for what we were doing on. So that happened. How am I doing on time, guys? We all right? Okay. Then we had this newspaper article on June 25th, 2025, where the paper is talking about a code of conduct for the airport authority. The issue of open meeting law violations have come up, and I'm going to quote the paper now. This isn't from me. But the board president responded that the authority was above board in all things and that he did, quote, did not sweat the minutia of the open meeting law, so long as, in his words, the board continued to move forward with transparency and good intent to inform the public. Jackie Wallen resigns from the board. This is a bad 90-day period for the airport authority. Supervisor Borelli, by the way, in his well-constructed resolution that was passed, talked about the request for the audited financials not being given to us. He talked about the embezzlement, of $100,000 in 2024 done on the watch of that old board and the current airport director. It went on and on. Then we have another email that comes in to Mr. Elters from Mr. Osborne, and this one's dated July 15th. Okay, and it talks about all the things they're doing, at the airport authority to make things better. And of course, the subject comes up, and this is from an auditor by the name of Curry, C-U-R-R-Y. I don't know what the last name is. Directing this to James Scheller and Laura Johnson. She's the finance manager. Bank reconciliations. We're unable to locate the bank reconciliations for the following accounts. Then they talk about the investment accounts. The book balance of $1.7 million on 6/30/24 investment statement shows $1.8 million instead. And this just goes on with irregularities in the financial books. Then we have and I'll get into the altered compilation documents in a minute. We had a response that came back, and I should note, when the resolution of displeasure came back, finally on August 26th, we get a written response, from the airport authority. It's actually well written, well constructed, that attempts to refute some of our things, tells us why the board is wonderful. We have a municipal judge, we have some airport guys, retired pilots, so on and so on going on. I did want to point out the press release from Supervisor Gould and myself. That one was dated on August 20th. After that, because we don't think you should be running to somebody's house with a quorum of your board of directors for any reason, much less distributing emails amongst all of you. That's part of open meeting laws. Also, we can't have emails between all of us. We can only talk in open meetings. Then finally, we had a really well-written document, and I made this sincerely from Mr. Scheller. I had raised an issue about $1 million prepayment of a loan, and I thought this is kind of crazy when you're getting a loan at 2%, 2.5%, and you're earning 4.5%, 5% on that money by letting it sit in the bank. Why would you prepay $1 million out? You don't have a whole lot of cash coming around. And he wrote a really good response, telling us what happened behind it. This is the James Scheller we've all been looking for, is on this document. extremely well done. He pointed out the parcels. I believe he actually filled that in himself of the land that was FAA encumbered. It was very good. Another really disturbing point, and I'm going to make this really clear, is that this is an allegation, okay? But a CPA, Mr. Michael Berger, on December 17th, 2025, we've already released this, our board already has this, made an allegation, okay, against the director of airport that he was committing managerial fraud, okay? You know, I'm not going to talk whether or not that's right or correct. He makes a statement on page 2, the MCAA does not have any cash. The unpaid invoices far exceed the cash balance and any pending receivable. I'm going to tell you right now that airport accounting, FAA accounting, is highly complicated. It is, in fact, very complex. And it's hard to get through. Okay, there's a lot of nuances to this style of accounting, but I think I understand the difference between restricted cash and unrestricted cash, restricted assets and unrestricted assets. I think we all kind of get that. The crux of what Mr. Berger was talking about was a series of compilations on June 30th, 2025 that this board has requested. Might have also gone to their lender, National Bank of Arizona. I'm not sure about that. And Mr. Berger prepared the compilations on behalf of the airport authority. But those aren't the compilation numbers that were released, okay, to this Board of Supervisors. There was a different set of ones, and they weren't created by the CPA, okay, for the airport authority. Those are called altered compilations. Now, I don't know, and I certainly do not necessarily agree that there's financial fraud being committed here. I don't know. Okay, but any organization of this size, any governmental organization that gets this kind of letter accusing them, what this board would have immediately done was said, you know what, we're going to turn those allegations over to a third party who is not part of Mojave County and let them take a look at it away from us. I don't think that was done in this case. Okay, their board took a look at it and basically said, Mr. Berger doesn't understand FAA accounting.Maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. I don't know. Then there finally was, of course, the famous auditor's report for June 30th, 2024. If Ms. Green was back up here, we would talk about what is a disclaimer of opinion. You don't need to come up, Linda. Okay, so this is the audit that finally came out, way overdue, for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. That's over 2 years ago. Okay, and this was produced in 2025. Okay, and in this, the board, the MCAA, got an F. Okay, it's called a disclaimer of opinion. Why would they get an F? And that information, of course, is on page, I believe, 37. Okay, a disclaimer of opinion was given for the following reasons. The authority reported a fixed asset balance of $102,282. However, there was no detailed asset register or updated property listing showing the cost accumulated depreciation net book value was available. Management noted that several recorded assets no longer exist, and a physical inventory is ongoing. They hadn't even taken an inventory of what they owned at this airport authority. That's crazy. Okay, if that was done up here, staff would be fired like that. The authority did not conduct or document a year-end physical count of fixed assets or petty cash. Investments. The reported balance of $1.706 million did not reconcile to the investment accounts of statements of June 30th, 2024, and no reconciliation or supporting documentation was provided. Prepaid insurance. The general ledger showed an illogical negative balance of $6, unsupported by any amortization schedule or insurance documentation. A receivables balance of $330,000 was unsupported by reconciliations in the aging report, contained negative balances in an aging report. Come on. And unexplained amounts were labeled as miscellaneous or prior year audit adjustment. The net position, a prior period adjustment of $5,886,000 was recorded without explanation. supporting revenue and expenses. Listen to this one. Think about your own, if you own a small business. Revenues and expenses, supporting documentation such as invoices, purchase orders, contracts or receipt was not provided, okay, for transactions selected for testing. Okay, that's a bad audit. That's an F. Okay, they failed on this. Now, in fairness to the airport authority, when you get an F, you've got to fix the problem. And I believe they did end up fixing the problem. But this is just indicative of a long-term trend that is going on. So a couple of additional points. We haven't even touched on the $100,000 embezzlement that occurred in 2024. Then we had the famous money from Sun Country Airlines, in case you haven't heard this one. Okay, fuel is sold to the airline. It's a convoluted process it goes to account for the transaction. The airport authority didn't know for over a year that they were missing somewhere between, Linda would have to correct me on this, somewhere between $280,000 and $450,000 of fuel that had been put in the planes of Sun Country Airlines that they had never invoiced them for. How did we find this out? The finance manager had a feeling that something was missing. That's called poor controls. She sensed that there was a problem. Anyway, here at Mojave County, we have directors, managers who strive to do hard work, and they strive for excellence. We're critical of them at times, but they strive for excellence. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to tell you that the Mojave County Airport Authority is not a center of excellence. Okay, it is a center of mediocrity, of poor decision makings, financial audits that failed. Okay, and I fully support the move, okay, the motion in item 37, and I believe you have some people who may want to comment on this.
Thank you, Supervisor. This is item 39. We have two people that have signed up to speak on item number 39. The first being Barbara Pape. Scotty McClure, you're on deck. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. There are one issue, or actually several issues, regarding our airport. The Mojave Board, and I recognize this, the Mojave Board of Supervisors intends to take possession of Laughlin Bullhead Airport. My issues that I see is the Mojave County Airport Authority operates the airport in Bullhead City. The second one is Mojave Board of Supervisors, our governing body, and owns the airport property, but leases the Mojave County Airport Association. As you can see, we know there's a problem here. In 2009, there was a control of airport operations, and the brief was the Board of Supervisors cited sponsorship and maintained the agreement with the delegated authority. It is obvious legal documentation and direction of this airport agreement has not been identified. They are saying the possibilities of the courts may have the determination on actual airport sponsorships and determine what authority of the MCAA and the Board of Supervisors are identified as operation and control over the airport. The county bid to exert control, at least additional oversight over the airport, will force a reconfiguration of the MCAA board. My main goal here is to get this airport running with the best plan for Bullhead City, Mojave County, and Arizona State. I thank you for your time and listening to my issues. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Scotty McClure.
I don't know, there's a phone, Scotty from Bullhead, excuse me. Gloria doesn't know my name yet. I want to know if there's a full moon tonight. Because I don't know if this is windbag night or day or gas bag day or night. What's been solved today? Nobody's got an answer because nothing has been solved today. I thought we had a grand jury in this county, which we cannot use. Mr. Smith needs to get off his you-know-what. And this needs to be put before the grand jury because there's some... I'm serious. I'm sick and tired of the grand jury not being available to the public. This is one of the most serious items I've ever seen in this county besides the morgue in the last 5 years. Which nobody's going to jail over that, thank goodness. It's just been Windbag City. This is some criminal, good old boy bull that needs to go to jail. A whole bunches of them. Not just one, quite a few. I'm tired of reading in the paper these accusations and nobody's doing anything. Maybe we'll get some actions from these suckers that refuse to do anything and do it the wrong way. I'm the boss of the airport. You can't have these things. Maybe you put a couple of them in jail for about 3 or 4 years. Some of these guys deserve 3 or 4 years. This is fraud, big time. Some of it. I'm certainly not a lawyer. But a grand jury is. They can figure this out. No more up here for 15, 20 minutes gas bagging me anymore. Take it to the grand jury, Mr. Smith.
That was the last speaker. I'd open it to the board.
Any comment?
Any comments from the board members?
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Lettman.
I'm going to make a motion to authorize the board's attorneys to proceed with all necessary actions to condemn the leasehold improvements of the Mojave County Airport Authority and to take immediate possession of the Laughlin Bullhead International Airport.
Thank you, Supervisor. You've heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. We'll move to item number 40. Supervisor Lettman.
Okay. We had talked about recently about figuring out, may we purchase software for grant procurement development. I've met with Director Atkin. We've come up with suggested language. Director, if you want to come up and tell us what this would accomplish and the steps we need to go through.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisor Lettman. I was not prepared to speak on this item, but essentially, I think it was 2 meetings ago, we had talked about the possibility of possibly grant software, but we didn't really have an identified funding source or any of that information. And after meeting with you, my take on this is that this will have Nathan and I, the IT director and I, working together on determining if there are departments that are looking for additional grants outside of, we do a great job on those like traditional grants, federal grants, other state available funds. This is really looking for those private grants and an opportunity to manage those private grants. And so I will work with the IT director and any departments that may benefit from additional grant sources than what they already have. And I think what our main approach will be is probably to do an RFI once we've identified what those needs are, to see what software systems exist out there and to look for options for procurement, whether that means Mojave County runs its own procurement process or if those software opportunities have existing cooperative contracts. And then we would come to the board with an estimated budgetary number, information on what departments may benefit from the use of the grant software, and get permission from the board to move forward on whatever future plan to procure the software would be.
Did you say you were unprepared?
Sometimes I do good on my feet, sir.
That was pretty good. Well put. That's it.
Here, if I heard you right, you're going to do inter-organizational RFI essentially, and then you're going to take the results of that and maybe do an external private market if RFI?
Well, the
Request for
interorganizational
information
RFI,
from
we
the
will
internal
work with internal
stakeholders
customer stakeholders
Yeah.
to determine what the need is. I'll work with IT on that. I don't want to speak for Nathan, but essentially it would be survey departments. We don't need to do an RFI for that.
Okay.
Reach out to departments, see if they have a want to participate in this specific thing, making sure that it's clear that Supervisor Letman's intent is not to supersede current grant management, any of those state grants or federal grants that we're already working through. It's to look for additional funding sources and tools for applying for additional grants. We would work internally to define what the scope would be. Then we would do an RFI to see what types of software exist out there, and if they have existing contracts, what those services would be. That would either inform our scope to go out to bid, or if there's enough cooperative options, it would help us figure out the best path forward to use an existing contract.
Very clear. Thank you. Other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move for approval of item 40 as read.
For that motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to call to the public. Samantha Carter. You state your name and address to the record. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. This is a first for me, so I appreciate it. My name is Samantha Carter. I live at 1589 Neptune Drive in Lake Havasu City. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you today. Again, my name's Samantha. I'm a full-time Mojave County resident, a realtor, and a co-owner of Vibe Vacation Rentals, a local company that professionally manages more than a dozen short-term rentals throughout Lake Havasu City. Before I begin, I do understand that this board does not necessarily have the authority to change the policy that I want to address with you today. However, as elected officials, you are elected to represent the people of Mojave County, and it's important that you hear where your constituents stand. I'm here today to address the Assessor's Office recent decision to impose a reevaluation of the tax rate for short-term rental properties in the county. This issue has more ramifications, far more than just the short-term rental properties in which it will immediately affect. It's about government authority. Immediately after this policy was announced, property owners began to ask quite a few simple questions. First and foremost, what specific statute or Department of Revenue guidance, formally adopted policy, authorized the Mojave County Assessor's Office to enact that classification? Unfortunately, we're still waiting for that answer. Earlier this year, Arizona legislature considered whether short-term rentals should be treated differently for a tax property purpose, and that proposal did not come law at the state level. Yet today, property owners in our county are going to be facing what appears the same outcome through an internally developed administrative policy. If legislature did not adopt this change, what authority allowed this administrative office to reach this result? If an admin office can substantially change how private property is taxed without a change in state law or without votes, where does this authority end? Today it affects short-term rentals, but tomorrow it could be any portion of the property owners. That's what this is about. It's about precedent. There's another critical concern as well. Short-term rentals are simply not hotels and motels. It was stated that these taxes were to fairly put them in line with hotels and motels, but they're simply not the same, and the infrastructure is not the same. They are a residential property owned by an individual, not a commercial business. Treating them as a commercial property ignores that fundamental difference and property owner rights. The government shouldn't distort what the free market is by selectively reassessing a type of residential property while leaving others unchanged. When imposing this change, there's also no current publicly available objective standard explaining exactly when this residential property would cross into this classification. Property owners have repeatedly asked the assessor's office, what are the objective criteria? Where is this written standard? And those continue to remain unanswered. Government doesn't get to operate by a most of the time, as it has been quoted in some of her released statements. Government should operate on transparent written standards that every citizen can understand and have access to. Another argument brought during this policy was that the housing issues. And unfortunately, the county assessor did make a statement that she relates a lot of short-term rentals to the housing issues. Well, unfortunately, they're 3% of the properties in Havasu, or I'm sorry, in the county.
Madam Clerk, I'm going to give all the speakers for call to the public another minute. Go ahead.
I do appreciate that very much. Thank you. I'll try to wrap up my points, but there's a financial and an economic impact of this. If we try to impose these taxes, this isn't necessarily going to massively impact that owner. It's going to get passed down to the visitors. It's going to get passed on to the visitors. These short-term rental properties provided an opportunity for these visitors to make these things more affordable and to bring more tourism to our entire county, to spend more time here. The more turnovers that we have at these properties is creating more jobs and doing more things as far as these local vendors, pool cleaners, housekeepers, myself, property management. We have tons and tons of trickle-down effect with this. More opportunity for people to visit restaurants, local businesses, things like this. So we're seeing this impact negatively, and quite frankly, the biggest concern is the transparency and the authority. We've asked several times where the assessor's office finds the authority to make this decision if it was not approved at a state level. She continues to say she's mandated to do so, but cannot provide those mandates or the language in which does that. Thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Scotty McClure? Scotty McClure, Armin, you're on deck here.
Scotty from Bullhead. You get to see my signs again today. And I have a reason why. It's called freedom of speech. Now, a couple of last meetings, I was harassed at the Bullhead City Council meeting. I left early, and two guys come out and messed with me. We're going to beat me up. So I happened to go to court. I got an injunction of harassment against them. It's good for a year. They can't talk to me. They can't come out and follow me and kick my ass. I don't know. One of them's married to one of the council people, which is very good with Hildy Angus. I'm asking that the district attorney look into this. If this was set up to go after me, because I do run my mouth, and I'm going to continue running it. While I was in Judge Lambert court, which I did not ask him to do, these signs he may have lost the election over this one. Here's Tammy Rings. And the best sign that's ever made in Bullhead. Come on, you guys, that's good for a laugh. I had to. Anyway, he in his report, when he issued me this harassment, he said this was freedom of speech, not harassment. The people that think these signs are harassment need to take a civics lesson. Go back to school. Now, since I was hassled in this, I want to know what kind of weapon I can take to the next meeting in Bullhead City, which happens to be tomorrow night. Can I take a rifle, a handgun, machine gun? I'm an 11B10, which I have been trained on all these weapons. Of course, it was in 1967. My favorite instrument that they ever issued me or let me use was a flamethrower. Can I take that to the meeting tomorrow night? Oh, and the main thing is, you ever look down the barrel of a flamethrower? You'd rather be shot. Why are the minutes missing in the agenda? Toby Carter, what the heck are you doing? You're trying to protect Pamela Smith, the person that was one of them that gave you a 10% raise. Where's the minutes? What are you hiding, Toby?
Armin? Jennifer Esposito, you're on deck. Thank you.
I'm in Stanger, Fort Mojave, aka the German, and we have picture day again. Our new KOA campground on Andrews. I got told not to ruin them people's weekend by a certain person, but I'm ruining their weekend. There's dry camping going on. This is going on for months already. There's the other side, the tent, you can see very well there. And we have a new motorhome on the east side of Andrews. He moved in there a couple days ago. We have an abandoned fifth wheel. The funny part is it ended up yesterday on the Messner property. And let me show you. Yeah, where's it? Crap phone. There we go. Him pulling it in with his dozer. Very interesting how things end up on his property. I guess he's running out of rental homes or something. I don't know what he is doing. And then the last thing we have is a person like this here on his bicycle looking for unoccupied structures, houses, or whatever is open to move into. I had already a word with the sheriff about getting more patrols, and those people are getting out of hand in my neighborhood. So we need to do something. We need to get rid of the riffraff. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Esposito. Diana Francis, you're on deck. Thank you.
Jennifer Esposito, Kingman. It was Benjamin Franklin, I believe, who said, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." Shame on you, those of you who voted to surveil Mojave County citizens. All of the existing flock cameras, by the way, are in my neighborhood, so I'm aware of where they are. You all should have been aware of where they were. Don't know where the new ones are going to be, but I struggle to understand how 5 or 6, there's 5 that I could identify. I know that there's 6 on paper. You know, how that miraculously led to the capture of the murderer. I guess he just likes to drive over by Mojave County College. You know, got lucky. 1 in a million, lucky. But the fact that a small cluster of cameras in a small area does anything to protect the children, it's always the children. Forget the Constitution, forget warrantless search, forget all of those things that elected officials take an oath to uphold. If your children is kidnapped, you'll be glad we're surveilling you. Wonderful. Actually quite sad. I did want to remind everyone that I am still an elected precinct committeeman, despite a bunch of nonsense put out on the internet. And I would like to remind Supervisor Martin, since he likes to get on his Facebook page where he communicates to constituents and run his mouth about that situation, that as a former police officer, he should know it would be prudent first to actually go get the Axon badge cam video and request a copy of a police report before you make statements about things of which you know nothing. I did that on the first incident, and what I discovered was that the people who made the call knew perfectly well what the legal remedy was. Yet when I attended the mandatory quarterly meeting, they made a false report to Kingman Police for the second time. So I'm going to get that data from the Kingman Police Department, and then I'm going to file false reporting charges against those people, because there is a way to remove an elected official. It's called recall. I think maybe Mr. Martin might be concerned with that. But my husband wanted to say he's not afraid to be here, despite your accusing him. No, he likes to take care of animals when the weather's extreme, because he doesn't like to murder them like you do. For fun.
Diana Francis?
Thank you,
Sean
Chair.
Reagan, you're on deck.
And supervisors, I appreciate the opportunity. So I'm here today because I have real concerns about the Topak District School, District 12, that sits in Golden Shores. So it has a big history of fraud, swindle. It's always going on. So we were told by the new little system that we could look at the books at any time. So another resident of Golden Shores and myself went and asked them, and they said they couldn't show us anything because when the former superintendent left, he took the books and the computers with him. Now, I spoke to John Warren on my cell phone last week when we were having this meeting, and he said he did not take anything. He left them for them. So now we've got a disagreement about who left or who took or where. There's no records. I have a problem with that because of the history of the swindles and the frauds, and because I didn't want to do this, but people coming to my house asking me to run for the school board. So I am, Chuck is, and Jean is. We intend to change this and ask for the Attorney General to do a huge investigation and where are those books. So I just want to go on record saying that. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it.
Sean Reagan? Sean Reagan? Stephen Robinson?
Was the 4 minutes just for the one, or is it for all of us?
No, I extended it to everybody.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And so I'll take the time to say, first off, after hearing about MCAA, who in their right mind would say anything derogatory questioning Mojave County government? But that's what I'm going to do. Before that, one of the signs that Mr. Scotty showed is for a black woman in Kentucky, not anybody running for office here. So what? Anyway, so first off, my name is Steve Robinson. I'm in Golden Valley. I want to thank Director Green for responding to my detailed analysis that I provided to her, Manager Strahl, Travis Lingenfelter, and to Don Martin. Unfortunately, her response was no response. Specifically, she said to respond in a point-by-point exchange would be counterproductive. I made some significant points. For 15 years this week, the county presented a property tax rate increase. I'm sure Supervisor Gould remembers that meeting. It was in July of 2015, to go up about 50-60 cents. The rationale was that it was going to, because of lower property values, dramatically lower, they had to raise the rate to cover the property tax necessary to keep the county going. Only what we didn't find out till later was that there was an extra $2 million tax increase above the previous year's rates, total collected. A political leader once said, "Government is not reason, it is not eloquence, it is brute force. Like fire, it is at best a troublesome servant, at worst a fearful master. Never should it be left to irresponsible action." Who said that? President George Washington. I've been going through the budgets for over 15 years. I've taught myself government accounting. I sat for the CPA exam, didn't pass it all, and foolishly didn't go back to get my rating as a CPA. But I understand government accounting very well. And one of the documents that I just sent to everybody on the board is the fund balance guidelines for the general fund. In 2015, I went to then Director Coral Lloyd and I said, "This is recommended that you provide a policy guideline that the board approve guidelines for fund balance policy, specifically the general fund." That was passed in June, maybe July of 2015. It was promptly put in the drawer and ignored ever since. In the last 10 years, I did the numbers, the county revenues have gone up 75%. That's nice. the expenditures have only gone up 55%. But the fund balance has gone up, the general fund balance without the capital improvements account has gone up 577% from 12 million to 82, almost 83 million. The capital improvement fund is part of the general fund in the sense, in fact, it says so right here in the GFOA's report, that you should include all funds as part of the general fund balance. If you add that in, we have over $115 million. That's over 100% of last year's 2025 spending. We've never had that much. I think we need to say, what are the needs? Is there a capital fund project list? I will go looking for it to see if it was approved. But we have too much money, and it's our money, the taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you all for attending. Thank you, board. We are adjourned.